Jill Grano, I'm a 22-year resident of Boulder, but feel like an honorary Lions resident because I know so many of you in town and spend a lot of time here. And your mayor, Holly, and I actually ran against each other for planning board together like 11 years ago. No, you know what? It was more than that. Crazy. So we go way back. I've been in real estate for a long time. I was on our city council in Boulder, and then I spent some years working with Congressman Joe Neguse and got to come to Lions a lot with him. And just a couple months ago, Governor Polis appoints me to be the statewide director of housing for Sundance, mostly to help open up inventory in the city of Boulder. But I am working now with all of our communities because we've made a lot of headway in Boulder with at least expanding the regulatory environment. But we're still having some challenges. So wanted to come talk to you guys about how Lions might play a bigger part. And I want to thank Betsy Burton, Lisa Kaufman introduced us, and you've just been so helpful on this front. So I want to give you kind of a sense of what we're talking about economically here. So Sundance is coming to Boulder. It's a 10-year contract. And it really brings with it a lot of economic, opportunity. In 2024, the last full year in Park City, it generated $132 million in economic impact for the state of Utah. It created 1,730 jobs and nearly 14 million in state and local tax revenue. And then in 2025, it actually hit a new record. It was almost 200 million in total economic impact. So at a time when AI is, making people lose their jobs, this is a real boon for our whole region. So the highest amount of attendees that ever came to Sundance was about 125,000. That was pre-COVID though. Since COVID, it's been in the kind of 70 to 90 range. We anticipate 85,000 people coming to Boulder, or to our region. And when Boulder was putting in for the bid for Sundance, the biggest concern that the Institute had was, will we be able to house everybody? One of the reasons for the move is that Park City had gotten so outrageously expensive that young artists and filmmakers were having trouble coming. So you had Prince Harry and Meghan there, but not that young filmmaker who they need. And it really posed a threat to the whole thing. So the city and the state promised Sundance that they would make every effort to expand housing stock, but the festival, it's all last minute, right? There wasn't a long runway for the move. I mean, we just last week passed a new ordinance to allow for expanded short-term rentals, but we're behind. And what we're finding in Boulder is that the housing stock that is coming online is outrageously expensive. It's actually more than Park City does. And so I am starting to go town to town now, taking the case on the road. And Lions is such a perfect community to be kind of a satellite, stayover for Sundance guests because it's an easy drive in. There is public transportation. There's a transit team working on this as well. And I know you guys, your public transit doesn't run into Boulder on the weekends, but they do intend to add weekend service during the festival period. And, you're right at the foothills of the mountains. I mean, we're working with Superior and Broomfield and stuff like that, but who wants to stay there compared to Lions? And you have such a thriving arts communities. And that's one of that economic benefit of Sundance that I just talked about, that doesn't go to them. They actually make very little from doing what they do. It's for the communities to capitalize on and make what you want of them. So, it's an opportunity for all of your artists to do pop-up shops and shows, your musicians to book out places. Every theater in the whole Boulder area, whether it's one of the official sites or not, is already booked out because there's other filmmakers who already know they're not going to be part of the festival, but who want to show their films. And, there's talent scouts out, and it's a pretty incredible ecosystem. So I know that you guys have some short-term rental law already that is for owner occupants if you live there 9 months a year. What we just did in Boulder just this past Thursday was expanded it so that non-owner occupants and tenants could also participate. So we are encouraging second homeowners, people with ADUs, corporate rental housing, and then tenants as well to utilize the new festival license that we've just passed and open up their homes. So I'm here for questions if you have them. I could go on, but I'll pause there for now.
I have a question that
Yes.
comes to mind. So, do you know in past history with Sundance and Park City, for example, was it common at all or to invite people into your homes if you had an extra room? Or, I mean, do you need to rent out your entire house? Or some people might say, well, I might have 1 or 2 or 3 bedrooms available. Is that?
That's a great question. Anything that you're welcome to stay and rent bedrooms. There are people who, that will be naturally a little bit more affordable, and there are people who really need it to be more affordable. You'll have everything from, top A-listers coming and looking for multi-million-dollar housing, probably in Boulder, to sponsors like Netflix brings 100 people because they have to watch every single film. They're looking at what they want to buy, and it's not just Netflix, it's Hulu, it's Apple TV, it's all of those competitors. And then you've got, college students coming from places and young up artists and filmmakers. So I've been working with mobile home parks in Boulder. People are renting rooms in mobile home parks. There is space for every type of housing.
And so I guess my follow-up question, if you don't mind, is if residents here are interested in renting their home or room, is there, I imagine there's some sort of like website or a directory where they can, they can register, and then people who are looking for lodging can just go to this website, I guess, and figure out.
Yeah, so,
what's available.
that has been a big source of conversation kind of on our end. Airbnb has really stepped up. They are now an official sponsor of the Sundance Film Festival, and you can still list on VRBO and any platform that you want, but Airbnb is creating a special kind of landing page for Sundance in specific, and they are creating a widget that integrates with Sundance's website and with Visit Boulder's website. Those are your kind of two groups, helping funnel people towards lodging. So we're just encouraging folks to list with Airbnb. You can certainly also engage a property manager who can help get your house set up or your room or whatever it is. But they're gonna then take some of the money, and Airbnb already takes a little bit of the money. One of the nice things about Airbnb is that they do provide insurance, and if you do extend it to tenants too, they provide insurance for tenants. One of the things I've learned working on this is that cities across the country already allow tenants to to short-term rent their spaces. So we're not inventing anything new here. There's a protocol for it. There's insurance for the tenant, insurance for the landlord. They split taxes. Tenants and landlords negotiate a split between themselves. They split that. So it's all kind of ready-made. But yeah, so it'll pretty much be on Airbnb.
With the Boulder ordinance or the Boulder change, do landlords have to approve tenants?
They do.
Okay.
Yep, tenants can't do it without landlord approval. And either the tenant or the landlord can take out the license. Whoever takes out the license is responsible for the taxes. That's also a negotiation between the landlord and
Dick and when, right.
As a 15+ year user of Airbnb, the fees have gone through the roof, though. It just seems like if we're trying to be competitive and reduce cost to encourage attendance, seems like there ought to be a different vehicle. I'm all for utilizing the Airbnb, but it seems like in this specific example, if the commission could come up with some vehicle to allow people to list them and somehow cut out all those fees, because Airbnb's just gotten ridiculous.
Yeah,
as well as the others.
and you're welcome to list on any site, and we will do our best to point to any site that's listed. There's not, Sundance did engage with a different kind of listing platform site, but they wanted a similar price, and they didn't remit taxes or provide insurance or anything. Everybody who provides the service of being a listing platform wants some cut of it, so we there's not an easy answer to that, but certainly if you want to make your own website or put it up on Craigslist or Zillow, you're welcome to, and we'll do our best to point folks there, but
It just seems like economies of scale, though, if the commission would create some kind of tool that allows people, it just, who knows?
I hear you. Thank you for that feedback. Yeah.
Grant?
Yeah, have you engaged with any HOAs in Boulder? See, the problem here is that I'm guessing maybe 25 to 30% of the total Lions housing is covered in certain HOAs, which prohibit the type of short-term rental you're talking about. So if you have any suggestions for workarounds with that you've experienced in dealing with any other HOAs, it'd be helpful.
Yeah. So a couple of things there we have, and we've heard the same thing. I think I've identified out of hundreds of HOAs in Boulder, only 8 that allow short-term rentals. And if you guys are familiar with the Peloton, that was one of my top ones to kind of go after, high amenity on transit. They even have a theater there. And they were like, we really want to change our rules, and we're hearing it from the owners and the business owners, but it's in our governing documents. It would require 67% of the owners to agree, and then extensive attorney's fees, and we just don't have the budget. So there's actually a state bill where it's written, it's been approved, we're waiting for it to get, there's some kind of, you guys may know more about this than I do, but late admission for a bill to go through the Colorado legislature, but it basically would allow HOAs to have a simple majority vote and no attorney fees needed to override that in the case of emergency circumstances or special events. So that's definitely something we're working on. Alani at the governor's office is trying to get that pushed through. If it does get through, it'll pass in July. If it doesn't, we'll try again next year. When I first went to the legislature to ask for this, they were like, "Ooh, I don't know if we could do this just for Sundance." And then they thought, gosh, this happened during the Marshall Fire. Thousands of people needed housing. People in the HOAs wanted to help and they couldn't. And that's why then they added for emergency circumstances. So it's a bill that actually would benefit the entire state if it does pass. If it doesn't, I will tell you in Boulder, the city does not monitor what your HOA says about whether you can rent or not. They'll give you a rental license whether your HOA says no or not. And there's a lot of HOAs that are just sort of agreeing as a group to look the other way. That's up to your, various HOAs, and I'm happy to chat with any of them that, want to talk this through.
How is the city of Boulder going to monitor the lodging and sales tax collection from temporary 2-week short-term vacation rentals? How are they going to, if somebody gets a license and says, yes, I agree to collect all applicable lodging taxes and sales taxes, and then they don't, what's the city of Boulder going to do?
Yeah, I mean, so again, this is where Airbnb is really helpful. Same with VRBO. They collect all of that for the city and then remit it for the city. But the city, you're obligated to report at the end of the year how many days you've short-term rented. So let's say you do short-term on another platform. I mean, the problem is what other platforms? I mean, there's just not other options right now. But like if you were to do it on Craigslist, let's say, you have to declare how many days you rented it and then pay those taxes.
Do you have another question?
Yeah. Our short-term vacation rental ordinance, like many of them, has some special requirements if you're going to do a short-term vacation rental. You got to have a smoke detector in the bedroom. You got to have a call person that if it becomes a party house, there's got to be a contact person, that type of thing. How is Boulder going to try to do any enforcement of that type of thing?
Yeah, we are doing that same thing. So you have to have smoke detectors and carbon monoxide alarms within 15 feet of all bedrooms. And then you do have to have 2 local contacts that are ready and available if something were to happen while you're away. So that has remained the same. I think what the city is at least doing different for Sundance is it used to be that when you applied for that short-term rental law, they sent somebody out and they literally pressed on the buttons of those, carbon monoxide alarms and smoke detectors. And I mean, they would open your refrigerator to make sure that you're an owner occupant. I mean, your nightstand, it was kind of invasive, but they were adamant that you had to be an owner occupant. for the film festival, they're not coming to houses. You do have to sign an affidavit that says you have, smoke detectors and carbon monoxide alarms, and you have to fill out those 2 local contacts, but no one's coming and opening up. for
Basically
visitors.
an honor system.
Yeah. Mhm.
Mayor Rotem, do you have any questions? Trustee Williams?
I know we're mostly concerned here about lodging. Are there other opportunities for us to support the festival or to bring people who are participants in the festival to Lions private events or listed events on the program or anything else?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little, I can't promise that you could list events on the Sundance site itself, but certainly we could work with Visit Boulder to integrate, but definitely have events during Sundance. I mean, do everything you can to make Lion, I mean, this is what I would do if I were you, to make Lions a hub. Whether that's art pop-ups or music or anything else. I mean, in Boulder, you're seeing people get really creative already. I mean, like, a local skincare company that's launching will be doing pop-up makeovers, and clothing shops are having designers come out. There's like a pop-up fashion district that's happening. Musical artists are playing all over the place. There's a brass band group Scotty's in. I'm trying to get them to march down the street and play brass band. I mean, you're just gonna capitalize on all of it. I mean, I remember when the Grateful Dead came, my Uber driver had tie-dyed a bunch of t-shirts, and he gave me a ride and sold me 2 $40 tie-dye t-shirts on my way to the concert. There's opportunity. Kids are already starting, babysitting, websites and dog walking websites. I mean, this is in this region, we're used to this type of volume for a weekend here and there over Boulder or see you moving, wherever, but this is sustained. And there's tremendous opportunity. I would say take advantage. Whether you're a commercial owner or a business owner, and again, the more lodging we can have, the better. If you did want to kind of expand your short-term rental laws, our city staff is here to help with your city staff. They have opened to work. Like we've been working actively with Louisville, for example, who's just passing something. If you're going to do it though, I would say do it and get the word out soon, because people are looking right now. Especially those sponsor groups that come with hundreds of people, they're seeking now.
So I have a question about the pop-up shops. As you may have noticed, we have a number of empty storefronts on our main street. And maybe this is a question for staff. I'm wondering how to facilitate some sort of Sundance pop-ups in buildings that may be unused, so we can activate downtown more and get some more interest.
That's a great idea. I think we would work with, the current owner to see if they are, willing to do that, and advertising that local, first locally to see if anyone wants to use it. Maybe we can come up with a special application for a special event kind of use. Have a really brief, just safety walkthrough. Make sure there's 2 exits, that kind of stuff. And the board may have to pass some form of action to allow that to happen, but I think as long as the owner's willing to negotiate rental lease for a week or 2, that certainly could happen.
What's the exact dates of the Sundance Festival?
Great question. And for 2027, it'll be the 21st to the 31st. So it's 10 days. It's typically 11 days, but it's 10 days this time. January 21st to the 31st.
And probably a week or 10 days before, with people coming and setting up and
That's right.
getting everything ready.
So our short-term festival lodging license that we passed is good for 29 days, essentially the 10 days before and then the 10 days of and then 9 days after.
Victoria, is Airbnb cooperating now with us on the existing short-term rentals?
Sorry.
Hate hearing myself.
Yes,
So,
yes, we,
those that we have that are licensed, when they book
They
their
do,
Airbnb,
like-
Airbnb is remitting the sales tax revenue in the individual one. property owners, that was a problem for a while.
I mean, if you, so, I mean, I don't want to volunteer Betsy, but just as an example, she already has a great website that says lodging on it, and if you click on it, she's got everything that exists already inventory there. If you wanted to not use Airbnb and create your own site, you're welcome to, and yeah.
Well, it also has Airbnb on it too, so it's everything.
It's everything.
Like weddings, so.
Yeah, you've done a great job with that. But the festival, it's got a 10-year contract with Boulder, but it's only the first couple of years of that contract that says that all of the programming has to be in Boulder. After that, there is hope among the Institute to kind of have have other communities be part of the festival and the activation, have screening. So, there's a world in which if you guys all did kind of say as a community, we want this, and created space that you'd get programming in the future too, like if you want it.
Some of the non-official program, because I know Estes Park has got
Yeah, they get it.
things going on, right? So-
They do.
but
There's some
it's not
things going on in
officially
that
connected.
part. Mhm.
It's not officially part of Sundance, what they're doing.
It's not right now, but I think in the future they would like there to be, official screenings in other places. But yeah, Sundance is gonna be working in the state of Colorado all year round. They're talking to Telluride and, all of the film festivals in the whole state, trying to kind of build relationships and have screenings and get out information and stuff. So yeah, there's a real long-term opportunity here as well. And also, we just really need more housing to make it a success. Because it's the thing that's gonna make or break the festival. I mean, they're so clear about that. And I would beg, if you do decide to kind of jump on board, list places for reasonable prices. It really makes a difference. We have to have relatively affordable spaces for people. We'll lose it, otherwise.
So you said 85,000 people expect.
Mhm.
What's the inventory of rooms that
That's a good question.
are available commercially, like hotels and?
So, not many. We have about 3,000 hotel rooms right now and about another 1,000 short-term rentals. And we need a lot. We need more like 30.
Uh-huh.
I will tell you one cool thing our hotels did that your hotels don't have to, but we really appreciate it. Is they blocked off 70% of their inventory and said they would not inflate prices. They would stick to their normal January prices for 70%. The other 30 is outrageously high already. So a lot of, like, when you go to all the Boulder hotels right now, you don't see any availability, but that's because that 70% block goes to Sundance first. So they are actively sending that block out to sponsors and their people, and then once they've all kind of picked through it, what's left, you'll see in June come back up for guests.
And I think what you're hearing here is that right now, at this moment, we have 6 hotel rooms that we will happily.
4 months.
They blocked out 70% that before.
So, I mean, more will be coming out, hopefully in time for this.
For this year,
Um,
for the first.
It's just A Lodge that,
It's at the moment, yeah.
It's
okay.
A Lodge in week.
yeah, we pass
Except that
right?
week also, as last I heard, is still.
Sure.
After October, may not.
Yep,
still.
Maybe not.
I'm
being told it's staying. I'm being told they're gonna stay.
Lee, I think you had a question?
I love Lee Haas.
I was just going to ask about the 85,000. Are those visitors or are those attendees? Because Boulder's 10 times the size of Park City, you could get a substantial number of Boulderites. What's
Yeah.
the 85?
That's a really good question. We are kind of waiting to see that. So in Utah, in Park City, they estimated that almost 80% of festival attendees were from the state. So we do anticipate a large chunk of that number will be from the state as well, but not necessarily just Boulder. Even if you're coming from Fort Collins, it's likely you'll want a place to stay.
So we have a newly formed creative district, which we're so excited about. Lions Creative District. And I don't think anybody from the district is here right now, but I would love to figure out too how our creative district can partner with Sundance for the benefit of the district and their artists.
That's great. I'm happy, happy to help make those connections and, I will say, and this is not a secret at all, but, Sundance has gone through a lot of transition. They have a new CEO, some of their top people, there was a tragedy with one person, there's been some turnover with others, Robert Redford passed away. So there's a lot of transition at the moment. But also a real sense of hope and optimism for this move and kind of this next chapter of the film festival. And we'll see, what it looks like. But if for any reason there's not space yet this year for a partnership of some sorts, this is ongoing work. But yeah, I'm sure they would love that.
And just to clarify, the Visit Boulder website, does it actually redirect to different communities within Boulder County? Like, would there be a direction or a link to Lion's website?
Yeah, that we would put that, in fact, they already have a kind of a tile on there that does that, but if any community really kind of steps up and we see a lot of inventory, we'll make it. They'll have their own. Right now, it's kind of like Boulder and then just says like surrounding communities, and it kind of goes to all of the hotels in the surrounding communities. And then, like I said, we're talking to all the cities. Louisville already passed them. I don't think Lafayette's gonna pass them this year because they don't really have a licensing program to begin with in Lafayette. Longmont is gonna do something, but we're still waiting. The county commissioners are not gonna change their rules right now. They already have a short-term rental program. They're gonna let that stay as it is and kind of watch and see. There is not public for the county, the biggest communities are Niwot and then the unincorporated part of Gun Barrel. There's not transit into Boulder. From those spaces, people can drive and then there's gonna be park and rides all along the edge of the city. But I think that's part of why they're waiting too.
And Niwot may be a town soon.
I know. Yeah, for better or worse.
Yeah, one more question. I gather from what I've read in the papers and everything, that one reason that Boulder did allow tenants to sublet during that was to try to prevent long-term rentals from being withheld from the market so people could cash in on Sundays.
That's right.
That's a big concern here because we have an extremely small share of long-term rental stuff, and that's what our short-term vacation rental ordinance was designed to do, is to make sure we didn't take long-term rentals off the market and make them short-term. Is Boulder going to do any kind of a monitoring? Because I know Boulder has a rental licensing program.
We do.
Landlord in Boulder, you got to actually have a license. Are they going to do anything to kind of like try to determine if that's a problem or not? And have long-term leases, people not leasing out their extra rooms or ADUs or whatever long-term just to cash in for Sundance?
Yeah.
How are they going to check that?
Yeah, there's not a direct way. I mean, there's a lot of stories that we were already starting to hear, and it was part of why we passed this ordinance on it was literally just on Thursday, so it's been less than a week. Because people were gonna abandon long-term licenses. Again, I think a lot of that though was based on these inflated values that everyone was hearing. People were hearing that you could make what you would rent in a month per night. There's a group in town that's actively telling people that, and we've, had to have a talking to many times with some of those groups, because it's just not realistic and not what we want. And but passing that was a big step forward in preventing the abandonment of long-term licenses for sure.
You may not even know this, so we'll add this to your portfolio here. We are the only site in all of Boulder County that has winter camping.
Oh,
We
that's
have
wonderful.
full hookups, water, sewer, electric in the winter. So we have, how many? 16. Oh, so many, but we have 16 RV hookups that can be longer. They could be for the whole month. So if that's helpful to some of these crews that might want to bring in a large RV and house 5 or 6, they could do that as well.
That's great. Thank
So
you so much.
Right now we rent over the winter, this winter, that being so mild, it was like 4 weeks. So we could set aside our winter camping for this time period, only for Sundance, and even if it's not for the cruise, for folks in Colorado who already have a lot of the RVs and stuff, they could come and stay here
I love
at a
that.
much cheaper rate. We can
I
do a
love
weekly
that.
rate.
I think that's great. I
Yeah.
think that's great. I'll tell you, this is sort of an opportunity for you guys to make of it what you will. We will, like I said, happily visit Boulder's site over to you guys. Sundance is happy to kind of have a tile that says Lions if there's meaningful inventory. But I would really encourage you to sort of have your own site for it, kind of brand it how you want to
Mhm.
integrate both lodging and commercial and really start now planning, how to make this as vibrant as you can, because there's a lot to capitalize on, but it's what Sundance does really, really well is films, right? I mean, so like they've been focused on installing $200,000 Dolby surround sound systems in all of the theaters, right? And they get over 10,000 film submissions. They've got people screening those right now. I mean, all the way up. But what they don't do, I mean, it's the communities that they come to that do all the activation, right? And so that's what we're working on, and there's a lot of different players, and it can be hard to bring together. So I would say come together as your own community and
I think we should.
This
I
is
think
great.
maybe set up a task force or something, and then we need a room, versus need a whole house, need 2 rooms.
I think there's definitely more conversations to have, I think with the EBC for sure. And staff, and thank you so much.
Yeah.
my
for
pleasure.
Taking
Yeah.
the time to come out here and talk to us.
Okay.
It's been super helpful.
Yeah, I'm so happy to have had the opportunity. I really appreciate it. And then, yeah, so the funny thing is my partner created the transit plan for Sundance because she was the head of transportation at the time that Sundance did the bid, and then works for a private consulting firm in transportation that won the RFP to run the transportation. So it's an easy conversation. I literally just said, hey, Lions seems open to this. Can you talk about getting weekend service? And she's like, tell me if Lions is indeed open to it and we'll get weekend service. I mean, so keep me posted on that. And we've got that direct connection to the transit group too.
Will do, and we're gonna talk about this later in our regular meeting too. We have a discussion item about it, so, I mean, you're welcome to stay.
No, I'll get out of here. Luck tomorrow. Mayor Rogan, thank you for your service.
Yeah. That's not soon.
Anywhere near you, I was. Yeah.
I've never shown.
There, that's. I've been the basic, in the sense like. Well, I think I'm going to be. Yeah,
That's nice. So, right, let's.
Well, I don't even think we talk a lot of.
I know. That's really.
Everybody's buzzing.
I know. Betsy, Mike, you're not staying for the scarecrow stuff?
What's the next time? There's a workshop?
No, it's about stream flow. She's kidding.
Oh, I take, no, I just.
No.
Don't go there.
Betsy.
Thank you, Betsy.
Okay,
Hello, everybody. It's okay. I should be quick. I make at least a follow-up, but I'll try to give a little more detail. And so you all understand why we're back with this. And it's about the bypass flows, stream bypass flow study that we had done. We were looking to improve the flows in parts of the creek where there is not enough water in certain times of the year. So the study was to go out, and the starting steps of how we might make some changes, how we might work with other entities to improve that. And one of the first steps was to try to understand what amount of water actually needs to pass through and how much each of these diversions will need to allow to pass by them to get the extra water down where we see there's no water. So this was to do the official, I guess we'd say the diversions that are registered at the Department of Water Resources. So the ones in the spreadsheet now are currently diversions that are actually listed, like irrigation ditches that have the rights to the water to irrigate land. Or our pipeline water decree, which Longmont now has the intake, but Longmont's water decree also. So legally, I had the one question that they are legally there. It was not looking at necessarily all of the individuals. I thought when we originally got this, the more the merrier. We had information on personal diversions, pumps, wells, some of that was in there, but it really wasn't needed to get the flows where we want them in the stream. This really is dealing with how the diversions can actually agree to allow this water and let the water commissioner know they all agree to have a certain amount of water past their ditch. And therefore, that's an amount of flow that should be in the stream at that part of the stream. So the rough and ready ditch says, yes, you could 5 CFS, the next ditch 5 CFS, the next ditch 5 CFS, there should be 5 CFS at that part of the creek. So we went and we brought the study to you, me thinking it was all complete, it looked great. But then going back for the final review by St. Vrain Left Hand Conservancy District, who had funded the grant for 75 or 80% of it. They had a few other items that they mentioned that were not in there that needed to be in there. The main item being what we really need to have is a ditch taking water into the ditch or the diversion and then returning it to the stream. Originally, this had looked at and said how much could sort of bypass each of those diversions. You have a structure, they're like, well, if there's this much water and this much land, how much is going to bypass the diversion, which is kind of what the name was and what I thought was there, was a learning experience. It turns out you actually have to have the diversion structure take in water, even briefly, and put it back to the stream. So a good example would be the Lions Ditch in Laverne Johnson Park. We have the play stream that goes right back to the ditch before that ditch takes any water to the people who get water for agricultural uses. So the Lions Ditch has a method to return water to the creek. It would just need a measurement device. So one was what diversion structures are there? Do they have the ability or the physical structure to take in water and return it? And then can they measure that to tell the water commissioner how much water needs to be there? So after we went back, we were able to get the company to do some work. They weren't aware of all the specifics. They are a company out of Wyoming. The water rights are slightly different in Colorado. They had a little bit of a learning curve, but we're able to do it and get it in with, I think we went $100 over the budget. There was not a huge amount over what we had budgeted for it. So we now have this study that's ready to go. Left Hand St. Vrain reviewed it, said it looks good. I went and presented to them. I'm also now been asked to be part of their stream flow advisory group, which is doing more of measurement or the scientific determinations of how much water should be in various parts of the creeks in the Left Hand St. Vrain watershed. And my focus would be here on the St. Vrain as the confluence and further east, and just to help with having the study. The Left Hand Conservancy District has also started working with some of the various diversions already. To mention, we have this study documenting what's needed. They're talking to one, I've talked to one of the ditch owners, riders, about what options they might have and the ability to do that. So next steps are working with the various diversion structures to come to a point where everyone can say, yes, we'll allow, just using 5 as an example, 5 CFS to bypass all the way from Button Rock. And we know then that it should be all the way down to the eastern end of the St. Vrain Creek. I say east of McConnell. There's a specific diversion there. I hate to put anyone in the spotlight, so just east of McConnell, we want that part of the creek to be having water flowing in it potentially at all times. One caveat I thought this was perfect. Everyone wants water in the creek. I heard at the left-hand St. Vrain Symposium that concerns with invasive species, maybe sometimes you do want a dry creek for a month or so that invasive species can't come back up. So even though you think everything's in line, you may still get some zinger off left field. So that's where we're at with the diversions and getting stream flows in the creek.
Thank you for your work on this. I know it's been a long time. It's been a. Are there any questions for Director Kaplan?
Yes.
Shot.
I don't imagine there's too much return flow from a lot of these diversions because there's not a lot of agricultural land there. Like when you think about as the river runs down through unincorporated Boulder County from town, you see a lot of fields that are flooded, that they do flood irrigation, and a lot of that returns to the river. I don't know how you would monitor that because it all returns to various spots along the river. But so there's really not that much return flow, is it? We have to be concerned with. It's more striking an agreement with the diversion structures or the owners to say, can we get a couple CFS?
It does need to be their return flow. And it's usually going to be at the head entrance, at the head gate diversion where we need the flow. Because the ditches may start up north or west of where we want to see water, but most of their return is further east and south. So their return down there doesn't matter. We're talking about should have brought up a picture. There's one of them, actually it's the one right on our old Apple Valley water plants. The Sosi ditch there. Right at the head gates, there's a little side channel and a gate. And so right there, as it comes in, it can be allowed to bypass right back into the creek within inches, just turns in. And all they need then is to measure that and say, we have 5 CFS. It's come in the first couple inches of the ditch and now it's returning right back into the creek at that point. So we need them to put something in that allows the return at the head gate. And it is, to go that most of them are irrigating agricultural land, the rough and ready going from east to west. We have the Palmerton that goes out, the rough and ready goes out east, the supply ditch, the Highlands ditch, all do that. There's 2 ditches off of Apple Valley, which are irrigation agricultural ditches for the Apple Valley people. The Lions ditch is agricultural, basically you might call it for backyards, but it is irrigating and it is the land-based ditch. So all of those are really for land.
So we're not concerned with the sheet flow that comes back further down.
Correct.
Okay, only the return at the actual head gates.
Yep.
Okay.
I just want to underscore the importance of this. I'm sure you know some of this already. Maybe not all of us do. I didn't until a few days ago. I spoke with an Estes fishing guide who said that a lot of the guides that he works with are just going home for the season. They're not even coming in. They think that this season is likely to be the worst in history with low snowpack and early runoff. And the combination of those two could give us a lot of dry stream beds. So not only is there not a lot of fishing to be done, but there could be a lot of damage done. If we can get something like this in place early, even this year could make a difference.
It won't happen this year.
I understand, but every
The
year,
next time when there is a year like this, maybe we'll be ready.
maybe.
And we probably discussed this the last time, maybe back in September but looking back to those photos, there's lots of diversions that probably aren't legal. And was the intent of this study was not to look at those and it kind of gets into, there's lots of people tapping into the river. Is there any discussion about looking into
Who's that?
No, there was no discussion on doing the research to verify the legality. There are a number of them. I started looking into it myself when when I first found out, we were really focused on the larger agricultural or diversion structures. That I found 2 or 3 right off the bat that already have stopped what they're doing, and they're able to get the water though, because they're working with the St. Vrain Left Hand Conservancy District on augmentation. A whole nother subject I don't know enough about, but there's augmentation plans where you say, here, we're gonna let our rights go to the district, and the district will allow you to take water out under their portfolio and they're controlling it. So they found, the district looked at it and found a number of them that were said to be unknown, or they said, no, that's legal and taken care of. So I don't really know how many of them are. There might be people in the water taking without knowing that, but correct, we don't know. And that wasn't.
Because it seemed like there was 20 approved versions or some number like that, and there was, I just remember 100 or more of photos of each one of those, so.
And a
Anyway,
lot of property do have water rights that were on, that if they were on the creek, right, they may have gotten water rights that are
Okay.
there.
so that necessarily would not have been listed in,
And that's,
in the pack.
yeah. That wasn't
Correct.
part of
The
ours.
water commissioner, or at least I shouldn't, didn't speak to the water commissioner about this project, but from Left Hand St. Vrain talking about it with what would have to be worked out, those would not impact getting the flows where they need to be.
And just to be clear, the enforcement for that is for the state engineer's office and not with the city, the town. If someone is, violating, water rights.
Yeah, makes sense.
And I think that the original focus that Greg and others had on this was whether we could use our Button Rock rights to basically, not guarantee, but try to provide a continuous flow during low water periods, right?
Correct.
Well, in years of extreme drought, my understanding is although that we have pretty much senior rights in Button Rock Reservoir, that Button Rock Reservoir's rights itself aren't that senior. Is that your understanding as well?
You're worried about refilling Button Rock, and so,
Yeah,
yeah, that becomes. a
Longmont, the
concern.
right to refill Button Rock is junior to a lot of other water rights. Correct. So, I guess our ability to even if we set up an arrangement with some of these ditches to divert and resupply, that still depends to the extent they're gonna use our Button Rock water on it being in priority, right?
Or any water that was agreed upon. We talked about it going forward with Lions as the perspective, but because I knew that there was interest in that, and then hearing that St. Vrain also had done a study for other parts of the ditches. But they're now working with the entire community. Maybe Longmont is putting up some of their water rights, or even some of the diversion structures say, well, we can put up something here because we're gonna get something else in return. So it wouldn't be just ours. This was the initial focus. And yes, it was also not specifically for drought-based concerns. It might be used in that instance, but we saw even during wet years, there was no water sometimes there. So when we had excessive water that was not being used, maybe it could be used. And so we would want to make sure, that's one of the reasons it's a little more concerning, is that we don't want to have a legal in-stream flow, and that you give up your water right to the Colorado Water Conservancy Board. And it's officially an in-stream flow for them now, but these are what's being termed environmental flows, and it's more of a negotiation. So if we need our water, sorry, this year we can't do it. Yeah,
So we have tentatively, if the new mayor agrees, we've tentatively put the first meeting of May as a discussion on water and drought issues, because tomorrow we find out Northern Waters concern their quota for the year and some of that. So we'll educate. We didn't, on Thursday, we didn't want to, no, it's true,
tomorrow's the meeting, but they
Meeting, yeah.
officially, Thursday.
announce it first. We will be having more discussions about that. And you'll find out that for this year, at least through the St. Vrain through Lions, we are not expecting the same thing they may be seeing above us, because we do have lots of Button Rock water coming through here. So it's a little different for our fishers.
Can you share that quote when you hear?
Oh, of course, you sure, sure. So, okay, we're past
Any
our
other
time.
questions for Aaron?
Yeah, other question? Okay, this is on consent tonight, I believe.
Yep, that's not
So-
so, thank you, Randy.
You are welcome.
Thank you.
Back for the next
Lisa.
time.
Very.
Get some dinner or something.
And then, the last workshop item was a request of one of the trustees to start talking about, how we are going to educate the public on wildfire resiliency strategies. Again, knowing that this will probably be a main topic for the new board that will be seated, that was requested to address it. So Lisa will be giving, she put a pretty extensive memo in your packet on lots of different things that could be considered, and this will just be the tip of the iceberg, I think. But this is for discussion with them during the meeting tonight.
Yeah, so a lot of this we've heard before, some of we haven't, but just wanted to go through some different strategies that the town of Lyons could consider to improve wildfire resilience. Obviously, why are we doing this? Wildfire risk continues to increase. As you know, we've adopted the wildfire resiliency code. That code will go into effect on July 1st. And you've all requested continuing conversation for additional strategies. So with that, I just want to acknowledge some of the work that the town is already doing. We are doing wildfire mitigation on town-owned property that continues to be budgeted and planned for in our Public Works department. We have for the last few years and will continue to do so, match the wildfire partners rebate, continue to promote that program for our residents. Obviously, you all are considering the community wildfire protection plan later this evening. So beyond that, I know the board has had an interest over the past year of continuing to discuss requirements on existing property. So I wanted to look a little closer at what some different strategies that we could do that. So essentially, this would be requirements on existing property that are not triggered by voluntary work. So for example, the WRC, requires wildfire mitigation if you are pulling a building permit either for a new structure or other scopes of work. That's numerous communities throughout the state of Colorado have been requiring this over the years, and then anyone who's subject to that WRC will be in this boat. However, staff was not able to identify any communities in Colorado that require work for wildfire mitigation that's not triggered by other work on the property. So there are a number of communities considering this. Vail, which we're going to talk about here in a minute. State of California, obviously, is years ahead of Colorado in this area, and they even have some state laws that are going to be going into effect. So I've included some examples. Fire Safe Marin, if you had a chance to look at some of their resources linked in the packet, I think they do a really excellent job at communicating risk. And my understanding is they're okay if other communities share that out, but we would get permission if that's something the board desires to do. Included in your packet was a report from Headwaters Economics. They are a nonprofit research entity that is well respected in different facets of research on land use and economics, but they do have a wildfire division, and there's a report in there for those who are curious about what it might cost to do retrofits on existing properties. I think that the cost impact on new construction we've already talked about, but the cost impacts on existing property range really just from labor to tens of thousands of dollars, depending on the scopes of work. And what I've heard from numerous communities that do assessments, either kind of voluntary assessments or requirement assessments, is that software can be very helpful, particularly for communities with small staff. Fireside is, I think, probably the most commonly used software for other communities. Had the benefit of a presentation, and essentially it just allows a tracking mechanism that's specific to wildfire mitigation that communities can use to either have homeowners do self-assessments where staff in the office can review photos, or staff in the field can review property and track it over time. So just something to consider if the board, particularly in a small town, tried to find a cost without asking for a quote, and I found a contract for a similar sized community for the service. It was only $5,000 a year. So it seems like, that could be a beneficial tool or a city of London for the town.
Here. Maybe move the price.
I had a really great conversation with Vale Fire, knowing that they are considering implementing requirements on existing property. And I met with the program manager who would be implementing that. Just generally, I would consider them probably about 8 to 10 years ahead of Lyons, as are many mountain communities in their communications and assessments and WUI codes. Again, they rely on the fireside software. They used to do it with their own kind of self-developed software, but they have since switched to that and found it is much more efficient and accurate. They've had a WUI code in place similar to the WRC since 2019. They've been doing property assessments. Essentially, they divide up the community into fits, and every year they do 20% of the community, and they do either a curbside assessment, but they knock on the door, and if someone's home, they'll most will welcome them onto the entire property. So they have kind of 10 years of assessments on those properties, which really, I think, help them understand cost impact, the type of work that would be effective. And even with all of that, they only have about 20% compliance with their Fire-Free 5, which Fire-Free 5 is no combustible materials within 5 feet of a structure. That's kind of the method that they are trying to improve wildfire resiliency. This code is not adopted in Vale, want to be clear, but if it is, they assume a 3-year implementation. So give folks 3 years to become compliant. They can lean on their knowledge from existing assessments. They generally kind of lump properties into 3 different buckets. One is pretty compliant. The second is not at all compliant. And the third is probably where some efforts would be warranted for voluntary. You know, they've done a few things, but they haven't kind of gone all the way. But they have really good knowledge of the existing conditions. I did ask them if they were given $1 million unexpectedly, what would they do to improve wildfire resiliency in their community? And they immediately said, hire more people. I think the key takeaway from that is to get folks to move from understanding to implementation on their property requires a lot of hand-holding, communication, like, does that bush need to go? Is that bush okay? Where do I need to trim this tree? Where do I need to stop this fence? So they really couldn't emphasize enough the amount of kind of communication it took to get homeowners to understand the requirements. They wanted to, and most will do it, but it's pretty resource intensive in terms of communication. So those were just my takeaways from Vale Fire, but I found it very valuable. So short of requiring it for either every property or certain areas of town, we talked about this before when we talked about this in November. We could reduce the threshold for when the code applies, the WRC code. Again, pick from a menu of options. You do one every year for the next 5 years. We could lower the threshold for when work is required. We could require mitigation on properties in high risk areas. We're going to talk about that here in a little bit. Continue to prioritize incentives in education. Could require wildfire mitigation for a short-term rental license. That's something that Boulder County does, right? So you want a short-term rental license, you need to do wildfire mitigation. You have a different land use application, you need to do wildfire mitigation. Upon the sale of a property, I'm not exactly sure how that will work, but there are communities that do that. So we do have some other options for triggers that the town could consider. I put this in here. I don't know if we want to go in here, but these were the WUI Code Task Force recommendations for kind of easier and harder. If we want to come back to this, we can. Vegetation management, home hardening, other easier, less expensive, harder, more expensive. So short of requiring work on existing properties, I do think the town would benefit from expanded education and incentives. You know, I think our $500 rebate has been successful. I think we could look at expanding that. One idea might be to work with local landscape companies just to educate them on the code, maybe when they're working in town, promote firewise plantings. Don't know that this would be successful, but this is kind of an untapped market that will need to learn the code. We could expand town staff to conduct assessments and education as we ramp up to requirements, acknowledging this duplicates efforts already provided by wildfire partners and Lyons Fire. But if the town wanted to take a more active role, hire more staff here. Town of Lyons and Wildfire Partners, I do think there's opportunity for expanded partnership here. I've met with the Boulder County Wildland Fire Division, and they actually have some capacity to do mitigation on private property if it's identified through the Wildfire Partners program. So I'm going to be meeting with their staff as soon as they have capacity. I don't think that work would happen this summer. It would probably happen in the quiet season. But we, I think, have some opportunity to lean on our county partners to work with neighborhoods for a neighborhood assessment and maybe neighborhood level mitigation. So other communities are leaning into that, and Sheriff Johnson was very supportive of his team working with our staff on that. So we'll be continuing to discuss that in the coming months. Finally, programs that really don't have anything to do with the town of Lyons, Firewise USA, my neighborhood, for example, is looking at this program. It's a neighborhood scale program, but it's voluntary and resident driven. HOAs can provide a good structure for this. That's how our neighborhood is looking at this. Wildfire Prepared Home is a program of the of IBHS, the insurance for business, or something for insurance and business and home safety. They have Institute. Thank you. A lot of research. They actually provide a certification that is very robust. Wildfire mitigation councils are another structure that a lot of more mountainous areas rely on. I put a link to the Routt County Wildfire Mitigation Council. They are a very solid example, in my opinion. They get the majority of their funding from the U.S. Forest Service. So, to the degree Lyons could, I don't know that this would make sense for Lyons itself, but I do think we could potentially have discussions with some of our watershed partnerships, Boulder County, maybe looking fire districts, just to see if there's potential to create an outside entity outside of the town. And then, as I mentioned, Lyons and Wildfire Partners, potential some expanded partnerships. So that's what I have for you tonight.
Specifically with their retroactivity because of the CWPP and the final review of it. I have the email from Larimer County and was told Boulder County also agreed they specifically wanted removal, that they would look at doing retroactive requirements. Because Larimer said they have no current intention or capabilities. And so in the CWPP, it originally talked about trying to enforce retroactivity, and the county wanted both of theirs out. So it still mentioned Lyons because Lyons wanted it. But they had said they didn't see it potentially to meet those realistic and other parts of the CWPP. So it does not, the counties are not stating they would include in the CWPP option to look retroactively.
Okay, thank you. All right, questions for Lisa?
Yeah. Do you know where the city of Boulder stands on this? Because I know that several of their city council members were pushing for retroactive measures, and if their staff was directed to bring those set back to the board, to their city councils.
It's not adopted yet, but where they are in the work to improve their staff implementation of that.
That was my understanding. They had direction from their city council to bring us back a proposal. Not that they had approved it, but there were several Boulder city council members actively pushing for that.
I know there's, Boulder and Vale are the two that come to mind, and if the board desires, I'm happy to have further discussions with City of Boulder staff to see where they are.
When you were talking with the Vale people, did you meet or talk with Martin Novak, the fire chief?
It was Paul.
Okay. I've had ongoing conversations with him through the last year or so, and he's the one that's been most active in pushing this. And what he told me was that a couple of years ago, they got very close to enacting retroactive stuff, and as he put it, a number of legacy homeowners raised a ruckus and caused their town board to basically put it on hold. But they're doing a new study right now. Did they give you any suggested timetable as to?
I think their district staff seems very supportive of adopting this requirement, and I think they would love to see it enacted. But no, I think the message he gave me was he doesn't feel like it will be adopted until there is 100% like rock solid political support and no real cracks in the electeds, because once that crack kind of gets started, then the support can erode. So, and they don't think they have it right.
I have a couple of questions.
Mhm.
So let's say the future board decides to enact retroactive rules, would LFPD be responsible for enforcing that based on the contract that we have in the packet?
No, so the contract that's in your consent agenda is really clear that they would only be responsible for ongoing maintenance oversight of the WRC. In the
Okay.
conversations, their initial thought is I think will just kind of wait and see what that might look like, but I don't think we can assume without further conversations that they would take that over, but I would love to continue those conversations.
Okay. And then with Vail, did you get a sense of whether the mitigation grants in Vail came from Vail Fire or the town of Vail?
I think it was the town.
Mhm.
I believe it was the town of Vail.
We could clarify that.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
They had some, not only do they have very generous incentives, but in all likelihood, the average homeowner in Vail probably has more resources to do that than probably the average homeowner. I think so. I mean, yeah, we hear a lot, I've heard a lot of people's position as well. We just ought to provide carrots, we ought to provide carrots and educate people, and that's gonna do it. But Boulder, I mean, Vail's been doing that for 10 years and they're approaching 20%. And so that tells you how far you're gonna get with that.
I don't disagree.
Yeah.
So the software that you were talking about, the assessment software.
Yeah.
Does this in effect take maps of the town and the housing on the street and says that house there needs a?
So it's not like an AI that's gonna drive down and Google map it. It's basically kind of a database that gets populated with, we could customize it, but it's really like questions that either the homeowner or an assessor would go through the software and like, is this tree a problem? Yes, no, or what work needs required? And then so it's property based, but it requires human input, and the input can either happen through the homeowner, through like their own self-assessment and upload of photos, but it's not like a AI assessor.
And one observation, so I tried to get involved with the fire safe certification for the LVP neighborhood. So here's the issue with that. There's really no incentive to do it because there's only one insurance company, and that's USAA, that offers any sort of rebate if you are a fire safe certified neighborhood. Additionally, there's some costs involved. To me, it seemed really weird. It was like, well, you have to show that you spend $34 annually on each house within the HOA. And, I never got a complete answer to that. Okay, so there's 120 houses. Does that mean we have to spend $3,700 for?
Agree, I think the bar of entry is very low for that program, but I think it's around, I think, to some degree, education. For the people that live there, and hoping to achieve some voluntary action above that certification that I think, but you're right, I don't think it's going to, for at least for now, make a financial difference in insurance or things
Still
like that.
nice to have, but it really doesn't do. Partner as well.
Other than maybe potentially get some buy-in at a neighborhood level, but I don't disagree with your conclusions there, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, Trustee Lowell brought up insurance, and it's been, it seems like that's something. It could be an area of focus, and we've had lots of people get canceled. It'd be interesting to understand the reasoning and rationale behind that, and how we could leverage the work here as well. And personally, I have USAA, and I called them, I did Wildfire Partners, got certified. I was like, I sent them the certificate, and I'm like, this doesn't count. But the point is, I think that's an incentive. I mean, insurance rates are going through the roof, as we all know, and cancellation. So I think there's something there we could leverage and try to figure out, are there, was it yesterday, some other may have seen the article, I think it was in the Daily Camera, where it talked about insurance rates going up. And the real factor behind insurance rates going up, I thought it was because of wildfire risk. That's like 25%. 50% of the rate was because of replacing roofs.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, maybe I'll put a tin roof up in. But anyway, so understanding the insurance company side, because I think everybody's getting hit hard in the pocketbook, and we can figure out ways to either keep that flat or reduce it. Could go a long way in sending good behavior.
For now, the insurance companies don't have to respond to anything we do at the local level. I think the most they have to do, I think all of these efforts, I think will improve, potentially improve the situation over the coming years. But I do think like really this is more of a state law that I think, impacting the insurance industry and insurance regulation. There's the new state law that indicates if an insurance company has kind of penalized you for wildfire mitigation, then they have to disclose at least the way that they have what they're, how they've reviewed your property for wildfire mitigation. But there's no requirement statewide that if you do X, the insurance companies will respond in any way. It's just a disclosure at this point.
I don't really have any questions or comments. I don't know that there's a very sophisticated answer to all of this. There definitely are more active, engaged answers to it and simpler, immediate improvements that we could take. And my personal view has always been, let's encourage people to do a few simple things. And that won't necessarily require as much tracking. It won't have nearly as much impact, but it will have some impact and will get people moving in the right direction. So people have asked a couple of times, well, what are some of those simple things? And you've got them listed there. If you just picked the 5 easiest things in your memo, things like screening eaves and roof vents, screening porches for openings underneath or for fuel underneath, address signs, junipers within some distance and limbing up within some distance. That's 5. And one of your approaches was ask people to do one thing a year for 5 years. If everybody did those 5 things in 5 years, we'd be 5 years down the line having done something. And that doesn't necessarily require a huge mandate or an army of people to make it happen. I think, are obliged to help people financially or physically, but it wouldn't take a tremendous amount to make things like that happen. It's not as effective as 5 feet of fire-free hardscaping, but it would be something.
We had some preliminary talks with the fire district people when we were doing the task force about potentially in the future, if and when we ever do a retroactive requirement of splitting a compliance monitor with them. Are they still open to that? And I haven't talked to them in the last few months.
They are, but I think as us, neither party has a budget for that. I can't speak for them. I know for the town, we are looking forward to implementing the wildfire code, and I think we'll learn a lot over the next year about, kind of what that looks like in terms of impact on staff time and resources, just for permitting the projects that come in. But no, I haven't. They, at this point, have just committed to the ongoing compliance of the WRC.
Mayor for 10.
I had suggested to Leaf, Grace and Jocelyn the other day that if we approach wildfire mitigation with the same degree of public support and zeal that we did with the flood recovery, that the 5 things that Leaf suggests could be very easily done by volunteers. I'm hopeful. We'll see what comes of that. I don't know whether it has the same alacrity as the flood, but it's certainly as critical an issue, for sure.
I agree, and I think if there were a volunteer effort that was a little more organized, I think we could see, some meaningful improvement over the coming years.
Especially for folks who aren't physically able to do it.
Yeah.
Or can't afford it. I mean, You saw the work that you did during the flood, how quickly you got things done,
Mhm.
just 6 hours on a Saturday, so.
And I'll note that the items you mentioned, there's $500 rebates that the town will match for most everything you said, but one thing each year, right? That I think would align well with the rebate.
If we could contract with the Team Rubicon group and give them 5 chainsaws and send them out, we could have most of the junipers done in probably 2 weeks.
They might be busy with disasters.
They actually are doing some things like that,
Oh,
not,
they are?
not just disaster response, but actually some preventive stuff.
Be surprised how long it takes to take out Juniper.
My neighbors just did 3 of them. Brian Bear did it in half a morning.
Brian Bear is very effective.
Yep.
He's quite impressive. Maybe one way that we could marshal the kind of enthusiasm we had after the flood is to be ready to do this after a fire. But we will have other alerts. We will have other things that wake everyone up. And if we're ready with the program, the week after all of us get a dose of reality, maybe that's the time to launch. Get that ready, get that program sitting in a file folder somewhere, and then jump on
It
it.
go when it's, yeah.
Anything else? Anybody? Well, thank you so much for your work on putting this
Absolutely.
together. Looking forward to the discussion later. All right, then let's take a break.
Yeah, we're live.
Good evening, everybody. How nice to see a full house. I don't think any of us expected that. Welcome. Thank you for being here. I will call the Monday, April 6th Board of Trustees meeting to order. Can we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Rogan, Mayor Pro Tem Williams, Trustee Hamrick, Trustee Daddy, Trustee Lowell, Trustee Browning, and Trustee Williams. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So this evening, I'm actually gonna skip the land acknowledgement. I wanna instead, before we take a reflective moment of silence, acknowledge that we lost one of our very cherished community members this weekend. Zaya Thompson passed away. So little angel who many of us know her family. And want to take this opportunity to just wrap her family and loved one and friends. She had so many friends and just so much love and support. And Administrator Simonson just let me know that we're going to be turning the lights downtown purple and yellow in her honor. Those were her colors. So we don't mind taking a moment of silence and just wrapping care around everyone surrounding Zaya and Zaya. Thank you, everyone. Mayor Pro Tem.
Rabbi Heinstern, it is a fearful thing to love what death can touch. A fearful thing to love, to hope, to dream, to be. And to lose. A thing for fools, this, and a holy thing. Your life was lived in me, your laugh once lifted me, your word was gift to me. To remember this brings painful joy. Is a human thing, love, and a holy thing to love with death, distance. That's right up the history.
Treat each other with a little just extra care and tenderness these days and hug the people you love. Thank you. Okay, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So
Is there a second? Any changes to the agenda? We'll call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, now's the time for audience business and board follow-up. If you have signed up with the clerk, great. If not, you'll have an opportunity to speak after we go through the list. When you come up to the podium, please state your name and just the street that you live on. Everyone will have 4 minutes to speak, and after everyone has had an opportunity to do that, then the board will have an opportunity to respond, and then staff will have an opportunity to respond. So, who do we have first?
I have Kay Sparks.
Kay Sparks on Apple Valley Road. Apple Valley is not in the town limits, so I'm not a resident of Lance. But you may be aware that in the last 2 years, I've had a lot of opportunities to sit here during your meetings. Quite a few of that. And I wanted to let you know that I have come to appreciate the many areas that each of you have got to learn about. Meeting by meeting with, and I remember I suggested that you get paid by the page of reading, not that's, I remember that. But you have to make decisions about things, and you've got major things, fire mitigation, wastewater. And then you've got things that aren't quite as important, like recycling dog poop. But they all come to you Because there's an implication for our community. And you're the ones that get to decide, or recommend, or support, or say, come back with a better plan. Or whatever. I want to thank you for the hours that you have invested, because there are a lot. And they aren't all here just getting ready for this short meeting that you have. I just hope that the incoming board will invest that same level of energy and time. I know some of you hopefully will be coming back and some of you won't, but I'm really quite confident that those that are brand new have no idea what they're getting into. Thanks.
I don't have anyone else signed up, but Principal Moore from the elementary school popped in earlier and asked that I share that with you. It's the confluence.
It's in their packet.
It's in their packet as well, so he just asked that that be shared with you guys. That's it.
Would anyone else like to speak to the board tonight?
That's it. We'll close audience business then. Trustee Hammer, any comments from the
Yeah, Kay, as always, you hit the nail on the head, so I had no idea what I was walking into here 2 years ago. So, yeah, so every meeting's a learning. So you figured it out. Thank you.
Yes, we did. Yeah, I also want to thank you, Kay, for just attending so many meetings and getting such a good idea of the diversity of topics we cover in just a few hours. It kind of amazes me as well, actually. And after 4 years, I mean, I learn so much every single time I get ready for this meeting. So thank you for acknowledging that, and just thank you for coming and attending these meetings and being there hosting this discussion. We appreciate you too.
Thank you. Thanks for the idea on the per page. For a back pay request.
Yeah, after about 100 of these things, you just kind of maybe start to understand what you got yourself into. Thank you so much for your.
Thanks, Kay. When I was growing up in Sunday school, we had like perfect attendance awards and you get a little bit, I think we should probably start that. Our first recipient.
Thank you, Kay. Thank you, colleagues, board members, staff, attendees, everyone who's been a part of this process.
And I agree with everyone, Kay, and thank you for being our very best customer. And I think maybe my last act as mayor will be to indeed endow a chair for you and Victoria, do you?
No, I don't have anything more to say other than, thanks for taking the time to talk with the trustees and thank them. I don't think a lot of people do know how much time and effort and energy and the myriad of topics we have to look that this board covers in their term. So, yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
So we'll close audience business then. And now the presentation of the check to the Lions Community Foundation, the Mental Health and Wellness Fund. That's why y'all are here.
Yes, they're gonna come right.
Oh my God.
Oh, here's got the
Let
giant.
me get this out of you.
Just stand in front of them. Yeah, we're thinking the board can stand maybe on the dais if you guys want to.
Okay, we'll see.
And then I'll come down. I'll come down and hand you the check that you made out to yourself. So one of my favorite things about Gil Sparks is that I saw him once at Oscar Blues eating dinner and he had his check in the booth, just sitting next to him.
If we had a boot, donation.
Yeah, Catherine, you'll come up and get behind the mayor if you can. There you go.
How much is it? $31,744.55, everybody.
So I'm going to explain what this is. Gil?
The town has collected for a number of years marijuana sales tax dollars. And 2 years ago, they came to Lions Station and
asked if we could work with the town to set up a fund to award folks who have mental health and wellness issues. And we were honored and pleased that they would come to us. And hope we have fulfilled their desires to pass the money out accordingly. And as I recall, this is the second year that we've been the recipient of these funds. So thank you very much,
Thank you.
all of you.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think Mayor Nick Angelo is smiling from wherever he is at this. He would be so pleased.
Great. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. I'm not limited to. You can do it after you become mayor.
All right. Let's move on then to staff reports, public insurance.
Yep, I just have a few things. So that I think probably last weekend went smooth, no issues. Great, it was peaceful as expected. We haven't had any new graffiti since the end of February, so that's awesome. I don't know if it's got anything to do with the Facebook post and just getting it out there that we have cameras and we're watching, but nonetheless, we haven't had any stuff. And then lastly, I will be out of town, April 15th to the 26th, so Sergeant Chris will be on board during that time. If anything comes up.
And I saw that the report was in our packet. Thank you for that. Thank you for the detail, all detail. Any questions for Sergeant McKim? I just want to thank you again for coming to the Know Your Rights meeting on Saturday. I think having you there was really great so that community members could get to know you a little bit and hear about the extensive and ongoing training you all have. I had no idea.
Well, thank you for inviting me. I was glad I could make it. It was great to be there, so.
Thank you. All right, administrators report. I'm sorry, does anybody have any questions for Sergeant?
But since she's asking again, can I just answer?
Sure,
Thank you. Sorry, no, because I'm looking at this report. Thank you so much for the report. I appreciate the detail. I'm just curious which one covers graffiti actually. What would it be called?
Either under vandalism or criminal mischief.
Under vandalism or criminal mischief? Okay, great. So there wouldn't be anything for March, but maybe in the February one?
And yes, in February, that was, I believe, our last report.
Oh, criminal mischief?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay. Administrators report.
Sure, and you don't have to say it. Get on with your brain. Thank you. My report's in your packet. I probably won't touch upon every item. But, as you know, tomorrow is the final day of our municipal election and people have until 7:00 PM to deposit their ballot in the ballot box outside of town hall. There's been some questions about that. Town clerk will go out at 7 PM and lock it, and then they will be doing the final count of ballots. We will post unofficial election results tomorrow night, both on the doors of town hall. If you want to come out at 9 or 10, you certainly can. But we'll also put it on our town website and our government Facebook page. So that's where the results will be posted. Anything more about that?
No, I think we're teeing up an e-blast at that time too, is right?
Oh, an
Yeah.
e-blast as
So-
well. Okay, so, waiting for that to occur. As of right now, Clerk Vasquez, I think we have around,
Around 650 ballots returned.
and if you need that reminder, typical years are somewhere 850 to 9. So not quite sure. We're expecting a lot tomorrow. But out of 1,700 registered voters in the. I know. So, tomorrow.
That includes a lot of inactive voters.
No, we don't mail ballots to inactive voters. No, we mailed 1,704 we mailed.
Do they get returned if they?
Yes, they will. I've had 56 returned, I think.
So get out and vote. You still have all day tomorrow. You
Yep,
still
we're
have
here.
24 hours.
We're here all day.
Yes. There is a session this week on Wednesday night at 6 p.m. at the library. The Historic Preservation Commission is hosting a education session on what it means to do a local designation of your property and what incentives are involved in that. So if you have an interest in that, please attend. One of the big news of the night is we're really pleased to announce, and we included it in your packet, that the town of Lyons is now fully compliant with our Proposition 1, 2, 3 goals. We are only the second municipality in the state to meet that goal. Silverton, is it?
Silverton was first, they're waiting for a statement from Dawn. We're very close, and we can add more to the list if we.
Yes. So what that does, now that we've met that, is it makes us eligible for funding opportunities for the 3-year cycle that we are in. Now, if the state sets new goals, once you meet those in another 3-year, then we will be addressing this as we move forward, of course, but we want to thank Boulder County. They helped us reach that goal by registering the Seward 224 Seward property under a category by the state that's called naturally occurring affordable housing. So even though it is nothing has really changed there, it has been counted in that category as naturally occurring. Even they don't look at any kind of zoning thing, so that's what I mean, didn't really matter. So thank you, that helped put us over our goal, so that's great. Safe routes to school, as you know, the design of the project for 2nd and 3rd Avenue is underway. We are hosting, several neighborhood meetings, but the first one is now scheduled for April 29th at the library. All of the neighbors that will be affected will be getting a postcard reminder about that. Of course, general public is welcome to attend as well. And then want to thank Director Mitchell. She has submitted our application to the Colorado Main Street program to take us to the next level of the Main Street program, which is called the excelling level. Once that is reviewed and if it is awarded, we will then be available to receive more technical assistance and more financing through that program as well. So congratulations to everyone who's been involved with that. We want to make sure the community knows, and this is not just Lyons, this is the Lyons area. There will be another limb drop off on May 8th, giving a month's notice here for people to get ready. May 8th at the Public Works facility, folks can drop off their limbs and tree brush. And also included for the knowledge of the public and the trustees is all the different, excuse me?
The 8th is a Friday.
It's Saturday, May 9th. Yeah.
Friday's the 8th.
Okay. Also, all of the rebate programs between Lyons and Boulder County are now up and running as well, with the details there. Recreation programs are certainly getting active in the spring as they always do, but I did want to point out that staff has tried hard to listen to what the board has said about needing more teen programming. This season, we are offering 9 programs that are specific to teenage level kids. So we'll see what that response looks like. And hopefully we'll have some more opportunities for them this summer. As you all know, we've entered a stage 1 fire restrictions. I have been in communication with Chief Stump and the sheriff's office. Doesn't have a big impact on us because you can still have charcoal grills, like in posted formal sites. So we can still use our charcoal grills in Liver and Johnson. If we go to stage 2, those go away. But we will be keeping hand in hand with what Boulder and Larimer counties all around us are doing. That is our plan. We agree to that, and we are in a stage 1. Director Ritchie wanted me to let you know that the downtown demolition moratorium, as we have talked about previously, expires today. So that whole situation is put to bed for them. Emergency siren, everybody hear the siren this morning? It sound different?
Much better.
Yes, that's the feedback we're getting. It was at 10 o'clock. This is the new 360-degree siren. For the first time, we could hear it at Lions Valley Park. Could not hear it previously.
Good.
And so I was also told the voice was much clearer.
Yes, it was.
The difference is going to be there'll no longer be the 7 p.m. test on the first Monday of the month. It'll only be at 10 a.m. And they will be doing silent testing the rest of the time, just so you know. And then I put in the whole list of Earth Day activities again, since that's coming up the week of April 18th through the 25th. There are events every day to get involved with in regard to Earth Day. And in regard to grants and updates, follow up from our last meeting, we did get all 3 applications in to Senator Hickenlooper, Bennett, and to Congressman Neguse for their earmark spending, for lack of a better word, for dewatering equipment at the wastewater plant. We have heard verbally so far from Congressman Neguse that he is moving our project forward in his recommendation. We have not heard from the senators yet, but I believe they had till the end of the March, so should be hearing that. We've also finalized our application presentation to DOLA for the Flagstone culvert. And Director Kaplan will be going down to Canyon City to make that presentation for us in early May. And then the approval you gave us for the T-Mobile Hometown Grant and the Hartford Grant through Colorado Main Street. One has been submitted, one will be submitted shortly. And I have two new grants I would like permission to submit. We have found out that there is a newly released cycle of BRIC funding. If you recall, we were going to do that for Second and Third Avenue construction and did not get it awarded. No one in Colorado did for that first run. So we are applying for the loan through the state for that. We'd also like to resubmit it again under this to see if there's another opportunity. Even for some of it, so the loan could be less. If we get both, we will pay off our loan. We can pay that off sooner or ask that it be used for something else. It's already written. We will fine tune it based on hindsight.
What do we think about that?
I'm fine with it. It's Administrator Simonson just indicated, I don't think we should count on it.
No.
I don't think we should count on any federal.
We
funds
never
going
count on
to
them.
Colorado for the next 3+ years. But yeah, we should proceed to find other financing sources, and if that comes through, great.
Trustee Williams?
Agreed.
Yes.
Okay. All right, we will get that resubmitted.
Thank you.
The second opportunity is through U.S. Department of Transportation. This is the bike and pedestrian improvements that would go from Eagle Canyon to formalize a multimodal path into town. And then from Highway 7 out to Miley. If you recall, we submitted this as a part of a Dr. Cog grant. There were several communities involved. Dr. Cog did not get it awarded. We now have the opportunity to submit it as just Lions. And so again, this is already written, we will fine tune it. But if there's still an interest in looking at getting potential funding for that, this is the time to put in our interest. It's just a notice of funding opportunity at this point. It's
So, can I ask, so this is a notice of funding opportunity. What does that process look like?
they find out how many people submit requests compared to how much money they have to spend. And they ask certain people to move forward with their application and others for not.
Okay.
I have some questions about this one.
Okay.
What would our match be, and what's the estimated cost of what would our match be?
Tracy, Tracy said she was joining our meeting. She's here. There she is. Tracy, did you hear the question? Oh, she's still muted.
Yes, okay, sorry, I was trying to get unmuted.
You're okay.
Okay, so this is the SS4A grant that we're talking about?
The US DOT notice of funding for the bike ped.
Okay, that's an SS4A grant. That's, so that's a 20% match. I think our original submission last year was a I can't remember. I think it was like a 1.1 or $1.2 million project with a 20% match. So we can always adjust the scope up and down to adjust our match amount too.
Related to that, the last time this was submitted, there was a lot of discussion about a DOLA local match assistance program.
Sure.
And then when it was
Yes.
agreed to be submitted last time, there was
Yes.
hope that DOLA would
Yes.
cover part of our match. Is
Yeah.
that still?
That's still an option,
anticipated?
sure.
I-
If we were to be asked to move forward, we could contact DOLA and
Yep.
see about a permit.
Did
And
DOLA
they-
ever? Oh, I'm
They
sorry.
actually did, DOLA did actually award that match. So we could more than likely get that covered by the DOLA Loma program. So,
They would have covered all of our local match?
yeah, so we have submitted this project, the SS4A, this project to SS4A twice, with DRCOG. And the first time we had a much larger scope and a much larger match. And that's when DOLA said they couldn't cover our entire match because it was a much larger match. So the second time around, we reduced our scope a bit. And then they said they could cover 100% of that portion of the match. So I think if we go with that second scope that we did last time, that we could reach out to DOLA and make sure that the Loma program is still available and apply for the match through DOLA.
And if it's not, is there anything in our 2026 budget to cover what would be a $200,000 plus match?
No, we would either budget it for 2027 probably, or come back to the board and discuss it for a budget amendment.
And if obviously the future board at this point decided not to budget that, is there any negative repercussions from having submitted this if we then later decide that's not what we want to spend $200,000?
If we would, yeah, are you saying if we submit an application and then withdraw? Yeah, I don't think there's any negative implications to that.
I don't think with federal, it's quite as we.
Okay, that's my questions. Thank you.
Anyone else have questions? What do we think, Trustee Williams?
I don't see any reason not to apply for it.
Mr. Bernie?
My understanding is this is just expressing indication of interest. It's not an actual application.
Correct.
Is that right?
So actually the BRIC is the one that has the notice of interest that they're requesting now. I don't know, I need to double check, but I didn't see the SS4A was requesting an NOI. But their application
Tracy, this was a NOFO. Notice of funding opportunity.
the SS4A. Okay, because
My understanding is they're looking at who's interested at this point, so we won't do anything without board approval.
I don't have an objection to expressing indication of interest. I do have some reservations about if it should come to pass. I mean, obviously, if DOLA covers 100% of what our funding is, there's less reason to be concerned about it. But if they don't, I'll just say right now that this is not something that would be high on my priority list. There are other much more important things that we need to do.
Yes.
Yes, with the conditions Trustee Browning just mentioned.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay. All right, yes, okay, thank you.
thank you. Any questions from my report? Oh,
No. So I know we're under the affordable housing issue, but it looks like they're moving forward with the carbon engineering study.
maybe it's a page.
Could I request that you get in touch with Sean Cronin at the St. Vrain Left-Hand Water District to find out what the status is on refunding the $27,500 grant. In other words, if they gave us a grant to do the design, we're now not using the design, but it looks like construction is going forward. So I know we're parsing fine hairs here, but because the next board's gonna have to make a decision when we negotiate with BCHO. And if we owe St. Vrain $27,500, that's obviously gonna factor into some of the decision.
Sure, we can, we have talked with them, actually, Manager Sanders did that. And they said that if it met the same for the stream flows, that it met the 100-year stream plan, they most likely would not ask for it back. But this study does not mean that this project is moving forward
No, I understand.
at all. Okay,
I understand,
all right.
but I just would like some affirmation from them that if it does go forward,
Yeah,
that it's okay, that we can keep the money.
Oh, yeah. I think that would come if there's an actual engineered plan for the buildings he could look at, but sure, we'll make sure they do.
Okay, and I have one more.
Sure.
In your report, you also note we got 83K to spend on wildfire mitigation. We've noticed. But here's an issue that came up in the ecology board. Would it be possible to get the ecology board dialed in on where the mitigation is taking place? For the simple reason that if you do early season mitigation in grasslands, you have a number of ground nesting birds. That can be done after the nesting season is over. And when you're taking down dead trees, you have a lot of cavity nesting birds.
Okay.
So they could have taken down, but maybe wait till after the nesting season is over. So that would be some advice that you can get from the ecology board. So whenever Dave has a schedule set for what he's going to do, could he?
Sure, well, he's on your liaison, so he has identified the areas. That was in my last report, I think. And so they know the area. I know he's been in touch with the goat mowers to see timing, because you always want to be the earliest in the season. But sure, I'll ask him to give you an update. Sure, absolutely. No, we don't want to disrupt nesting critters.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anyone else, Dave?
Yeah, on the demolition moratorium,
Yes.
can you refresh my memory, when we did that, were there I thought part of it was to do some studying to figure out. And so was any of that done?
So we have not taken this conversation to the boards and commissions. I believe HBC might have been discussing this again at their most recent meeting, but not formally to get specific direction on a draft ordinance. Just given the kind of sunsetting of this board, and the amount of work left to do to advance that staff, felt it would probably be most efficient to them to get direction for the next.
So we missed a little bit.
The next board will take it as board. And anyone else? Is Director Ice on for findings? Oh, sorry.
We're not done yet.
Okay.
I think you may be talking about two different things.
Good.
So isn't the team that is identifying a list of prospective,
That's still happening.
okay, so the study, the research project is still happening.
Thank
Is
you.
that what you were asking about? Or something different?
My memory wasn't that good.
Yeah.
I just recall we have some discussion, part of the moratorium was to do some research. Just get a better handle on it.
Apologies. Yes, thank you for clarifying. The research work that was grant funded through History of Colorado, that's still moving forward, independent of the conversation of the moratorium.
Except I think they got notice today.
Oh.
I believe we received notice today that they did not get the grant to do the surveys.
That's a shame.
They were gonna survey 20 properties or 22. I haven't received the, like, in writing, but I did receive that, a regret letter today. By email that said, great project, too much competition, and they did send back, feedback on how to improve our application for the next time. But, it's unfortunate, because I know they were really looking forward to it.
Any other questions before we move on to finance?
It's
Is Director Eystone on?
She is.
Good evening.
Hey, Director Eystone? Hi.
In your packet was the February financials. Just a couple things that I want to highlight. There's not a lot of activity that goes on this time of year, this early in the year, but one of the things that might stand out is that the general fund revenue is lower than the general fund expenses. When all other funds, it's the opposite. This happens every single year though, so it's nothing to be alarmed with. It has to do with the timing of property tax revenue. So we'll see the property tax revenue from the February payments, which are one of the heavier month payments, come in with the next financials. So that is something just to keep in mind if it caught your eye. But other than that, those individual account financials, everything is as expected. Sales tax, however, was down from last year for the January sales. It was down about 5.3%, which is about $7,500. So we did budget no increase for sales tax. So this is definitely going to be something that we're going to continue to watch, because we definitely don't want to see, consistent decreases. And if we do, we will have to address that with future budget amendments or something like that. But caveat here is that we did have 3 businesses that typically submit sales tax, not have sales tax submissions for the month. They're not larger businesses, so it would have made up for some of that revenue, but we'll see what that brings in and what happens next month. We'll continue to watch that. So those are 3 new ones. And then we do have 1 business that has been reported before that is currently in a payment plan with the Department of Revenue. And this is now the 2nd month in a row that they haven't submitted any payments. So not any back payments or even the current month payments. I guess I'd like to kind of seek information, discussion. Maybe Brandon has some thoughts, but they have already been issued their building permit their business license for the year, because at the time they were in a payment plan and were up to date with payments and still making payments. So we don't necessarily have that we can't issue it. I do believe we could probably revoke it, but I'll maybe let Brandon weigh in and see what his thoughts are.
Yeah, I mean, we have that policy that we have followed in the past for similar situations. In the past there wasn't one to necessarily revoke, but we kind of were following that playbook. We can look at that again. I mean, I'd be curious to talking with DOR what their thoughts are as well. But if we need to move towards a revocation avenue, we could certainly do that.
Yeah, I have been in touch with the Department of Revenue, and they have not seen payments. So I did let them know that this was our new policy, and they are supportive of it. But I haven't, because I was waiting for board direction before letting them know that, this is what we aren't going to do. I was just wanting to seek information and direction from the board on what they thought.
Thank you. Yeah. Trustee Hammer?
Yeah. Director Eystone, so we have 1 month of sales tax, it's down 5%, but we're a quarter of the way through the year.
Yeah.
So does it make sense to start doing some kind of scenario planning just to be ready for when more data comes in case it's bad?
I think, we definitely could take a look at that, but with 1 month, it really is difficult to see if that's what the trend is going to continue to do, especially during, a winter month that's not usually our heavier. The next 2 months are actually our lowest. So January sales and February sales are usually our lowest, but we definitely can at least start prepping and looking at that. I will have February sales data this week. So I'll have a better indication to see what that looks like. But yes, that I would say if we saw something with 3 months continuously, with a significant difference, that would probably trigger me to start having discussions, doing some what if scenarios. What does it look like? I do know we did leave the general fund with a balance, so we likely could make that up without any budget cuts, but the Parks Fund isn't as fortunate to be as healthy as the general fund. So it's definitely something that we would, after 3 months of data, probably really start looking heavy at if we continued to see this decrease.
Okay, thank you. My only concern with 3 months, and I don't want to jump to conclusions with one data point, but 3 months, half the year's almost gone at that point.
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on that. I read an article in the Wall Street Journal last week that pointed out that every additional dollar spent on gasoline, when you're $4, $4.50, maybe $5 a gallon before long, is a dollar not spent on in restaurants or on retail sales. And so I think, and in January being down 5%, we hadn't even seen $4 and $5 gas at that point. Yeah. So the trend is not positive in that direction. So I think I would agree with Trustee Hamrick that some contingency planning is also probably warranted. And I believe that our sales were down in December as well from the prior year. So I think we may need to take a look at that. I just did a quick calculation, and if it's a 5% drop over the year, that's about a $72,000 revenue shortfall from what we budgeted. So
we will plan to, when she gets the February data, instead of waiting 2 more weeks, we'll send that one way to you. So you can think about that, but don't reply to all, just so you'll have that information as soon as we do. But no, there's 3 businesses that haven't paid.
And technically 4, but definitely 3 that are 1 month. Yes.
Thank you, Director Eisman.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Legal update. Attorney Devon?
Thank you so much. So pretty lengthy legal update with regard to legislation this week as we're getting closer to the end of the session. Things are starting to crystallize in terms of legislation has been rumored and now is coming out, a number of which touch on our issues. One thing to note is that there is a now fully identified a $1.5 billion budget deficit, which means that anything with a fiscal note basically can't happen unless they find money to pay for it. And so that's kind of the one thing keeping some of the worst of the worst pieces of legislation from happening, is that it has any sort of a fiscal note. It probably is not gonna make it unless, again, they find some somewhere in the budget money to pay for it. So with that in mind, I want to run through some of the legislation we've been following. The first being the noise legislation 26098. The committee hearing is tomorrow on that, April 7th. I think it's at 1:30, I believe, but if you want more information on that, please let me know and I can get you the information on that. The next one I want to talk about is the what I'm calling the lodging tax. It's called the property tax bill in the title, but for us, it's more of a lodging tax issue. That's SB 26116. What this does is it authorizes new municipal lodging taxes, starting next year, subject to voter approval with a rate cap at 6%. If you do enact one of these state authorized lodging taxes, Department of Revenue is the enforcement agency rather than locally. And so that's what it does on the front end. On the back end, it bans occupation taxes, including occupation taxes on the business of providing lodging, which is how Lions' lodging tax works. There is a savings clause in there, however, that if you have an existing program in place before when this bill is effective, you're allowed to keep that so long as you don't increase it above that 6% cap, or expand the scope of what it can pay for. And so we have a scope that is defined mostly for infrastructure projects. We can't expand the scope of that. So at least for right now, if this were to pass, it wouldn't have any effect on us and our existing program so long as we keep it the same. I think there's a discussion to be had whether it'd be worth switching to, lodging tax versus an occupation tax if you want to DOR enforcement. But again, that would take a vote. There may be some cleanup ordinances we may want to do for existing policy as well, if this does pass. So this one has a committee hearing also tomorrow, it looks like. And so we'll keep an eye on that one and see where it goes. And the next one that's heating up right now is SB 26070. I know Victoria forwarded me an email from CML asking for support opposing this. This is the data privacy / flock camera bill that I'm calling it. Basically, in the short of it, what it does, it prevents the use of automatic license plate reader technology, except under very limited circumstances. In addition, it prevents you, without exception, from sharing data with third parties, which would effectively render the technology useless for what it's used for. There's few other things that it does that are, so in some cases problematic for us. It would not allow, it clarifies historically collected data is not subject to CORA. However, that historical data is also not admissible in trial. And so if you have an existing, a municipal court case that uses flock data as a part of the basis of prosecuting the offense, if this bill were to pass, you would no longer be able to use that, except again in very limited circumstances. And so CML is opposing this. Originally that this bill was thought to be dead, so it does have a fiscal note attached to it. But there is some mysterious source of funding that has apparently been uncovered to pay for this. And so CML is asking for support to oppose this particular piece of legislation. Closely related to that is the SB 26071, which is the more general data privacy bill. And this basically makes anything that's considered surveillance data subject to state regulation. So everything from flock data to drone footage to security camera footage, any of that stuff that's considered surveillance as defined by the statute is subject to the regulations that it provides. The most kind of administratively burdensome piece of that is that you have to do a data log for 5 years every time that piece of information is accessed. And so that adds a bunch of administrative burden. If you were to review a piece of video footage, you then have to create a log documenting who did it, when it happened, what it was used for. It also creates a number of new retention schedules. We have retention schedules for public documents. This adds a number of new ones for this type of data. So that's that one. Last but not least, we have HB 261313. Which is the Prop 123 eligibility bill. What this does is it changes how the Prop 123 eligibility calculations are done. Currently 3% that we're fairly familiar with. If this bill were to be enacted, it begins a new 3-year cycle on January 1, 2027, where in order to receive funding from the statewide affordable housing fund, it's no longer 3% of baseline each year, but is instead a formula. And that's based on the average number of housing permits that were granted the previous 3 years, multiplied by a factor based on the amount of job growth related to the state average. And so, so I'm going to use a very simple example to help understand this. It is confusing. So the factors are, it's 0.1 if you're below the state average, 0.15 if you're at or near, or 0.2 if you are more than the state average. And so if we assume that we had 10 housing permits issued on average over a 3-year period, you'd be required to have 2 affordable housing units for compliance in the next 3-year period. If you were above state average, 1.5 if you were at or near, or 1 if you were below. And so again, you take the average number of permits, multiply that times these factors, and that's what you get in terms of your new Prop 123 housing goal. It does add a waiver process, but again, that's subject to rulemaking. And so I'll be curious to see what that looks like if this were to go into effect. And so those are my rundown of the the latest on legislation that, may impact us. Of course, there's a number of other things that are out there, but these seem to be the most pressing ones. And so if you have any questions, please let me know. I'll be happy to answer to the extent I can.
I'm gonna add a couple of things, Brandon.
Yep.
First, I am testifying on the noise abatement bill, on the House side tomorrow. The Prop 123 eligibility requirements, that bill is so incredibly frustrating for a number of reasons. One, they're changing the rules in the middle of the game. Two, they're taking Prop 123 money, which was voter approved money, and using it to start to help pay off the $1.2 billion deficit that they have. So I don't know. And then for the flock camera bill, I received the same email Victoria did right before the meeting started. And it's from CML, it's from one of their lobbyists, Ellen Bringer. And he is asking if the board would take a position on SB 70. So that, we had the sheriff's office in last meeting to talk to us about and the potential of changing the camera system and all that stuff. So since Brandon brought it up and we got this email right before the meeting, I would like to see if the board is interested in taking a position on this. I'll also say that the sponsor of the bill has found money to pay for the $2.5 million fiscal note.
I'd be interested in taking a position against it.
Anyone else?
Yeah, me neither.
Fair enough.
It would impose huge administrative burdens on, for example, we have video of trying to prevent graffiti. This is gonna tell us what we have to click logs of who accessed that when and retain them for 5 years, as I understand it. So, yeah.
Well, and I will point out that our legislative policy says that we can support bills that help maintain our independence as a town and home moral authority to the extent that we have it as a statutory town. And local control, I think this falls into that bucket. We do want to have local control over the issue. So
We should be able to decide how long we retain those. The state legislature doesn't even prescribe how long we retain videos of graffiti in the park.
Yeah. And to be clear, that what the request was specifically on the flock bill, which is more limited in scope than the retention policies, but they do kind of go together, and they're I call them companions.
yeah.
I thought Sergeant McKim made a good argument for having a system that they could use among their partner agencies. And there are questions, of course, about who holds the data, how those logs are created and how long they're held. But I, as a general proposition, think that this is a valuable tool if managed properly. And I don't know that we know enough about SB 70 to say that it either helps or degrades our ability to manage it properly. I tend to be a big fan of data access logs. I think that is a very fundamental tool to managing things like this, which is probably not in 70. It's probably in the flock specific category, but I'm not inclined, based on how little I know about this specific one, to start trying to manage the details of how she and others who look out for lions work with their partner agencies.
So you're in agreement that we should oppose the bill?
I would not oppose the bill. I would leave the bill to its own fate, not knowing whether my understanding is that the bill limits their ability to share data with other agencies, prescribes the very specific instances in which they can share data with other agencies. And if right now they are, especially with Flock and very likely with its successor, only sharing with Colorado law enforcement agencies, I tend to think that is a reasonable sharing protocol.
I'm wondering if that even needed be handled by law at this point as much as pretty much everybody's gonna be dropping a flag and picking up acts on it. Denver's in the middle of it right now. And that takes care of itself without having to encode it in state law. So I think I know it.
Okay. So we'll get back to CML and tell them what group we simply haven't had the opportunity to learn that to take a position. We're not gonna take a position at this time. Okay. Thank you.
One
Sounds good.
follow-up question.
Yep.
Brandon, on the lodging tax bill.
Yep.
My understanding was it doesn't just cap, if we retain our existing occupation tax system for lodging taxes, which is what we have. That it doesn't just cap our potential lodging tax rate at 6%, it caps it at where we are now. We can't increase it.
Yeah, we could decrease it. That's right. Yep.
Right, so, and we are at 5%, and I think we're authorized up to 8%, so
Yep.
this would prohibit us from raising
Correct.
it above 5% unless we went to the new system, is that correct?
That's correct. And that's why I kind of alluded to, it may make, as we've discussed, it may make sense for a future board to amend the current ordinance to clarify that it's capped at 5. That way there's a future board wouldn't be tempted to increase it to 8 in violation of the statute when it's not forefront of mind.
We couldn't even increase it to 6, right?
Well,
Nope.
we could now, I think.
But we can if this bill passes.
If it passes, we can.
If it passes, yeah, I guess we could till January 1st. Yep.
But
And
that would,
there may be an opportunity for CML to take an amend position on this bill and address the issue.
and one more question, do you know where the lot splitting bill stands now?
I can check and I can get back to you later in the meeting on that. It wasn't on the latest update from CML, but I can check.
And the lot splitting bill is one that would basically take away.
Yeah.
Would require administrative approval of split lots to create more dense housing in existing neighborhoods. And importantly, it would, as I read it, take away the ability to have the whole public hearing process. You wouldn't go through the PCDC and Board of Trustees anymore for a minor subdivision permit. It would have to be approved administratively, and there would be no local elected official that would have any input into that whole process.
I believe if that bill gets signed into law, there will be lawsuits. We won't be, I'm assuming Lions won't be part of them, but there will be lawsuits.
I would hope so.
Brandon,
Yeah, so
anything else?
yeah, for right now, just an update on that one. It says it's still under consideration on the website of the state. And there's no additional kind of actions that are scheduled at this time. But that's where it's at.
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. I know it's busy at the Capitol these days. All right, so then let's move on to ordinances and public hearings. First up, we have the public hearing and second reading of ordinance 1213, the ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, rezoning 224 Seward Street from low density residential district R1 to the high density residential district R3. Before we begin, I'd like to ask each board member if they have to add any ex parte questions, since this is a quasi judicial matter.
Not since the question was raised before, not for years.
I did communicate with a couple of folks who asked questions about this and directed them to the packet and informed them how to participate in providing feedback. All right.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor and Board of Trustees. I'm going to share my screen. And tonight we have Susanna Lopez Baker. She is the Executive Director of BCHA, as well as Walker Thrash. And I don't know the title of your role on this. Development Consultant for BCHA. Great. So I will go through the presentation and then turn any questions over to the applicants should they come to. We talked about this a little bit last time, but we are here for the public hearing for the rezoning of 224 Seward Street from the R1 zone district to the R3 zone district. You can see the zoning map up on the screen. The property that we're talking about tonight is outlined in red, currently zoned R1. Again, as we discussed, the property was acquired by BCHA in December of 2024. There's a, excuse me, a 6-unit building, we believe, according to county assessor records, was built in 1926. At least 5 mobile homes have been in place since at least 1968. The staff, with great research done by town clerk Dolores Vasquez, was able to do some digging into the zoning and the previous approvals. So it looks like the property prior to 1962 had a single-family residence, historic residence on the property. In around that same time, Town of Lyons adopted what they call trailer court regulations, which allowed the town to issue permits for trailer courts on any property zoned residential in the town. Those permits were issued by the Board of Trustees. However, there's some note about how they were issued in error. We're not exactly sure why. However, the future board subsequently approved additional placement of mobile homes on that property. And so we don't have any reason to believe that the zone district is in error. I think the, older zoning codes allowed for placement of mobile home units on any property zoned residential. It was really a factor of whether or not there were adequate utilities and capacity on the site to have it be a mobile home park. So we don't have evidence of zoning in error, but that's a little bit more on that. The town board in 2016 approved replacement of 2 of the mobile home parks, kind of a mobile home units like for like replacement due to flood damage. So that was an action approved by the Board of Trustees despite their non-conforming status. So if this is helpful, we have a survey. Again, 3 of the mobile homes have been removed. This was, I believe this survey was done by BCHA when they acquired the property in 2024. So as noted, the current zoning is R1. That would permit 3 single unit homes with ADUs if desired on the lot if it were to redevelop in conforming status. BCHA wants to be clear, no redevelopment is proposed at this time. So future public outreach, engagement with the town board, and engagement with the neighbors, as well as major development plan approval with public hearings would be required. Should this be helpful, we have the comparison of the current R1 zone district with the R3 zone district standards. Kind of the things to note are really the R1 zone district is intended for single unit residential development. R3 allows single unit all up to multifamily. Anything more than 3 units requires public hearings. And again, we have the uses here, if helpful. And so when we look at our municipal code, the criteria for rezoning, there's really one in staff's findings that should be considered. And that is that the land to be rezoned is inconsistent with policies and goals of our comprehensive plan. And so we do have 2 direct policies in our comprehensive plan that indicates the town will work with our regional housing partners like BCHA to allow residents of existing mobile home parks and other low-income housing in the Lyons planning area to remain. And so we, staff finds that these 2 policies in our comp plan directly support the rezoning of this site. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, we have Ms. Loper and Mr. Fresh here from the Planning Commission. Yes, thank you. So Planning Commission recommended approval of this. That resolution's in your packet and staff is also recommending.
Ms. Baker, is there anything you'd like to add at this point?
No, just that we have done quite a bit of improvements at the site already since acquiring in 2024. We have some trees that need to be mitigated for fire or potential fire risk. We've also removed several storage units that also were sort of abandoned and also could possibly cause fire risk. We have demoed those 3 units. As people have left, we have not asked anyone to leave, but those 3 units were 1968 and 1970 units, and so they were in need of replacement at the very least. And so we have demoed those as well. We have now just not only acquired the park, but are now managing the park as of January 2025. That was a big need in the community. What we heard about it there from tenants was the charges for utilities were just really difficult to track. And so our staff has worked really hard to clean that up. And we do feel like that we have met our obligation thus far to residents at Seward.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Questions for staff on Ms. Lopez Baker?
Given the passage and signing into law of House Bill 26-1001, that gives, among other things, the housing authority basically the ability to kind of do what it wants to in terms of number of units. Do the number of unit restrictions in either of our R1 or R3 zoning really mean anything anymore?
You familiar with that?
Yeah, and that state law doesn't go into effect until end of 27, is my understanding.
Okay.
I believe so.
So if you wanted to do something between now and then, this could still make a difference.
Correct.
But after 2027, really, state law now allows you to do pretty much the number of units they want, correct?
To the degree they still are subject to utility requirements, tap
Right.
fees or water dedications or any kind of agreements with the town board, but you're right. Under the state law, they would be somewhat exempt from density restrictions at the local level.
And I believe that that's gonna be challenging.
Yeah, that's true. It could always be changed. Somewhat related to that, in terms of whether we go from R1 to R3. The minimum setbacks in those two zone classifications are based on front and side. What's considered the front of this property?
So if you look at our zoning code, I believe the front lot line is defined in our code as either the narrowest lot size, if it's a corner lot, or kind of the historic, I'd have to pull up the code, but our code defines what is considered a front lot line. Site is certainly non-conforming with considering the built environment today. We have units that are crossing property lines. There's probably a lot of issues with our zoning code. But any future redevelopment would have to go through again a major development review process to either get waivers to those setbacks or other zoning development standards.
My concern there was if we have two and front setbacks are 25 feet under the existing R1, 20 feet under R3, so you get an additional 5 feet there. But the side setbacks go from 5 feet in R1 to 10 feet in R3. So is there the possibility we're actually decreasing the amount of usable area by going to a wider, if it's considered, there's two sides and you're going from 5 feet to 10 feet as terms of setback, have you significantly decreased the usable area there?
I haven't done an analysis. I don't know that Walker's done an analysis on that.
All I can speak to there is the density requirement would lead you to potentially multi-story, two-story units where we have one. So any change from R1, you're right, it could actually limit the amount of usable footage on the site, but it would yield slightly more units.
Yeah. But of course, if you kept the setback the same, you could yield even more units or bigger units, right? So
well, I think under the current zoning would be held at 3. Right.
From a density perspective, I think you're hinting at once the state law is in effect, then it potentially might be more advantageous.
yeah, I'm really trying to make sure we don't shrink the usable area here and unintentional about it.
I think that's really fair. I also, if they elect to go through a development plan process or work with the town, there's the opportunity for variances. This is a really unusual lot, right? The rear property line or potentially I'm gonna say the north property line. You've got that significant grade and I think a setback waiver or variance on that side, potentially isn't gonna impact neighbors. So all of that would be decided at a future date and time. The board would certainly have the ability to work with BCHA on, I think, a development that makes sense for the site.
Except to be clear, the setback variance, if this does become a problem because we're breaking the area there, the setback variance goes through the Board of Adjustments, right?
Yes, unless it's paired with the development plan, I believe the board has the opportunity to waive certain development standards through the major development plan process. We would also look at, by rezoning, I think, you would potentially look at a lot consolidation, so you'd be removing the interior setbacks. So I think that actually could offset some of the decrease in potential development area as it stands today. So this is a game of Tetris that we have not really seen yet.
So the board might have a say in that, not just the BOA, not just the Board of Adjustments. Trustees might have a say on that in the development process.
That's my understanding of the way our development review, if it requires approval by the Board of Trustees.
And a couple of other questions, this may go to you and may go to Brandon. As I mentioned on first reading of this, I would interpret, at least in a plain meaning reading of our code, that indeed, there have been change conditions in the town generally since the zoning was put in place here. Those conditions being that the flood of 2013 wiped out the other key mobile home parks. And right now, we're hinging our approval of this on a single criterion, which is that it's what's there now is inconsistent with the comp plan, so we're making it consistent with the comp plan. Is there any harm in adding an additional fact finding by the board that in fact conditions in the town generally have changed since the zoning was put in place here? Wouldn't that give us another leg to stand on in the hopefully unlikely event that anybody should challenge this?
I don't think there'd be a concern, but I'll look at, Brandon Dittman for that.
Yeah, no concern. I do agree that it would be good to have additional reasons for approval. And I think your argument, as well as potentially others about changing conditions, is certainly has merit.
I may have an amendment to propose on that when we get to that stage.
Okay. Other questions from the board?
My question would be, what's the timeline for bringing forward any sort of development plan proposal?
Yeah, so this was first on our list to get the rezoning in order. We do, like I said, have done quite a bit of work on the property, and we've been trying to do those minimum things like grading and removal of some vegetation. Next steps for us would be a market study to kind of get to what is needed at the site. And then start our community engagement process, which we do, and that we do extensive. There's residents that are done. As well as neighbors throughout that really do, from what we have heard and seen, love sewer and how it currently sits. And so we're really curious as to what may be there. And so we want to take our time and do some studying. But we do have some funding available. So we would imagine this would move up pretty quickly. In another year, we could have development plans ready for you.
And then, I'm sorry, one more question, because I see some of the residents in the audience tonight. Thanks for coming. Would this, were we to approve rezoning, would there be any immediate or short-term impacts to the current residents?
No, none.
Okay. Just in case anybody was concerned. All right, well, if there are no other questions. Okay.
I know it's early in your thinking about what development might look like. Do you come to it with a preference for manufactured housing or a preference for stick-built or modular? Or are you completely indifferent among those options at this point?
We're completely indifferent at this point, although I will say we are a fan of manufactured housing, being that the timelines can be sped up. And so we are currently under development in other cities, Lafayette and Louisville, where we are investing in manufactured housing, which isn't new to BCHA. Their first units were created in 2013 using factory built homes. So we are open to anything, though. We have not decided a single thing. We're really trying to come to the table to just listen and learn first before we put any sort of thoughts from our end.
Let me clarify my question. Yeah,
Modular is what she's referencing, not actually manufactured.
right. So is there also a possibility that we would maintain its status as a manufactured as a trailer park in the casual? parlance?
So I would say this, I think the market study is critical, right? 'Cause it's gonna talk about demographics, yield, demand. And whether or not, however that's built, right? The idea of owned land and leased product on top, kind of the manufactured model is a possibility. I just, right now, we're trying to wait for the zoning. If we see that there's a positive nod toward density, the next step is a market study, and we're trying to be completely open-minded until we get the math back. Even to rental or home ownership, or a mix-up.
Part of the reason I ask is that I could imagine a situation in which you determined that it was going to take a while to do the full redevelopment. You had lost a couple of manufactured units and you wanted to replace those units that you've already removed or others that should be taken out of service. Is that something that you might consider at some point coming to us and asking for the variance that would allow you to replace just the existing or recently removed manufactured units before you did a full development?
I don't see that as a possibility today. This project is pretty high priority in our pipeline. And so we don't imagine having an extended time. However, if that were the case, we aren't afraid to explore what it would look like to continue to maybe replace some of those mobile home units, like the newer units. But not completely out of the question, not really what the direction is that BCHA is thinking.
Great, thank you.
Anything else? Okay, so now's the time for the public hearing on this matter. I'll open the public hearing. Anybody is welcome to come up and let the board know what you think, if you're in support, if you're not in support, and you have questions. We won't answer the questions during the hearing, but we would consider the questions. So if you would like to speak, don't be shy, come on up to the podium and just state your name and what street you live on, and each person will have 4 minutes. Anybody? Robbie, you're here. Come on up. Well, let us know what you think.
You have to come up.
No.
Name it, Newman Street.
Robbie Mandel, 2224 Seward. He pretty much asked those questions that I would have asked, like, is it happening now? Are we gonna have trailers back? Are we gonna have built-ins? Are we gonna have shipping containers, whatever, you know? And how long? And you answered, it's not gonna go right now. We would like some, I know what people kind of want. And it feels a little vulnerable right there before you start building. Because you took away the trees, the fences. So that's the only thing that I could think of, is that a little bit of feeling of security, so it's not just an open path that people can get through. Maybe see the fencing would be great. Not asking for much except a swimming pool and lots of Anyway, otherwise, you've asked the right questions and I got nothing else to say. I love living there. It's good solar coming in. And it's nice to be around people when you come out of it, to see you when you come out. So other than that, I like my place, and wondering why 4 is taking so long to rent, actually. Anyway, so that's it. It's not happening right now, and it's up in the air, it sounds like. So Lee's looking after us, you're looking after us, and that's what all we can ask for.
Thank you, Rick.
You don't have to pause, it's okay.
Would anyone else like to share their opinion about the rezoning of this property board? Okay. Then I would close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I move on second reading ordinance 14, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, rezoning 24 Stewart Street from the low density residential district R1 to the high density residential.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, discussion.
To the degree it's helpful, I have the criteria for rezoning on the screen, if you.
Thank you.
are going to be considering additional criteria.
Appreciate that. Who would like to start the discussion?
I'd like to offer an amendment first.
You betcha.
And my amendment is to add to section 3 of ordinance 1214. At the very end of that section, these words, and meets the criterion of LMC section 16-15-40 and parens 2 because of changed conditions in the town generally.
I'll second that.
And the reason for this, as I indicated earlier, is right now we're finding that this is inappropriate rezoning because of one condition, basically making it compliance with it. I think that there's another condition that's very applicable to this, and that's changed conditions in the town generally, which is before the flood. There were 3 mobile home parks in Lyons, this being the smallest of the 3, and I was only one. So when you're dealing with rezoning something that's part and mobile home park, continue its use to the extent that that's going to be possible to do. I think it's very important to note those change conditions. And I guess it doesn't matter whether there's 1 or 2 conditions met, unless somebody challenges it, and there's a limited period to challenge this, thank goodness. But just in case somebody comes out of the woodwork and does so, I would like to have that additional condition in there as like a reason to grant this rezoning request.
Any other discussion of the amendment? No, I'll just thank you for bringing that forward. We'll vote on the amendment.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Any other discussion on the matter?
Yeah, well, I can't help but notice in this table here that compares the zoning centers from R1 to R3. That this meets the conditional use under R3 because it is property with multi-unit dwellings in excess of 4 units. And so for me, there is a correction here. It looks like it started as an R1 with the primary residence and maybe some chain groups in 1926 or thereabouts. But then it looks like the residential structure left and there was mobile homes added in 1968. So it has changed from 1 unit with some chicken coops to, I don't know how many units is it at this point, I guess 11 units at this point. So for me, it's already meeting a conditional use of R3. So I would like to regularize that situation.
Other thoughts?
I think is very similar to Trustee Daddy's analysis. I think the language that staff offered where we intend to align zoning with the longstanding conditions applies. And if someone finds that that doesn't apply, I think it's helpful to have this backstop that Trustee Browning suggested. The changes that we're talking about here are increasing density, increasing the number of units, allowing manufactured housing, which would be disallowed under R1, but allowable as a conditional use under R3. I think those are all very helpful. I'm not that stressed about the changes in setbacks, believing that that's something that a future board could act on if it saw fit to do so. So I'd support the rezoning with no other changes.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, support it with no other changes, and thank Boulder County Housing Authority for moving quickly on this so we could do this in this.
Mr. Law,
I'm comfortable with rezoning.
Mr. Browning?
I'm in support and would note this as another example of what is and hopefully will continue to be affordable housing in Lyons that has broad community support. And sometimes generating community support for affordable housing projects is difficult, as we've found out in recent years here and elsewhere. And there is great support in the community for this, and I'm 100% in favor of it.
And this is pretty emotional for me, because I am a neighbor. These are my neighbors. And I am just so grateful that Boulder County Housing Authority has purchased this property and that, selfishly, I get to keep my neighbors. This is, I couldn't be clear about it. I think this is a great first step. I'm glad that the residents are reassured that nothing's changing for now, that there's going to be plenty of community engagement. The Housing Authority has been a terrific partner in all of this, and it is so very appreciated, and I appreciate staff's hard work on this as well. This feels like it's been a long time coming. There have been years of uncertainty about what would have happened at this property. And so I think with this, that uncertainty is absolutely lessened. And again, just so grateful for the partnership. Thrilled that we could do this during this board's term. And with that, I will call for the vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
We'll be working.
can't touch you.
I'm a lame cop.
I'm so sick. I'm so sick.
I would have said ditto what you said. So,
Oh, gosh.
I looked at it, I could focus.
I'm.
Unless I just,
You can still do it. Would you like to still get your opinion? Yeah, the residents are still. I should be hired in this job.
actually, I would like to say something. So,
Yes.
and all the county left, so I appreciate their input, but I think the devil's in the details. I'll look at Trustee Williams, what he went through with 317 Evans, and so be very vocal about this process. Because the process is gonna be frustrating probably. And it's gonna go through certain steps, but engage throughout the whole process. I think, as I said, the devil's in the details, and a lot of it's gonna be, how do you transition from people living there to a new development? So I think, again, that's not for discussion today, but I think that's probably foremost in everybody's mind. So I would encourage staff and new trustees to start encouraging that discussion earlier, sooner than later. So that's all.
Thank you. And you can always ask me questions. I might not know the answers and I won't be the mayor anymore, but I can help you find the answers. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so let's move on then to our second public hearing. And second reading tonight of ordinance 1215 and ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending chapter 16, article 10 of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning the maximum size of accessory dwelling units. There's staff report.
Yeah, so we talked about this a little bit at first reading. This is an ordinance that would amend the maximum size restrictions for ADUs. As you recall, we adopted a big overhaul of our ADU code on June 2nd. Should say 2025. To become compliant with House Bill 2452, we have been certified as an ADU supported jurisdiction from the state of Colorado. In our current language, should we want to review this, is on the screen. The board held a work session back in February and provided direction to staff, which this language is included in the draft ordinance. Essentially, no minimum size for ADUs set by this code. There are in the building code. Maximum size should be limited to 800 square feet. Larger than 800 square feet may be approved as a conditional use. And if it's an ADU located in a basement, then it is not subject to maximum size limitation. So we're recommending approval. PCTC also held a public hearing on this and recommended approval as well.
Thank you. Any questions for staff?
Yeah, is Brandon still on?
I'm here.
Okay, something occurred to me when I was reading through this again today. I think I've got the answer, but I want to make sure I'm right. And that is, although we've spoken several times, and I've used the phrase many times about to encourage ADUs, the board after the flood adopted a policy of waiving tap fees and waiving additional water rights for ADUs. Which basically encouraged them to be built and was pretty successful in doing that. That isn't the actual language that the code says. It basically says that an ADU shall not be considered an increase in the number of dwelling units on a property. And that got me worried that if somebody came along and wanted a larger than 800 square foot ADU, like an 1800 square foot ADU with, 2 bathrooms and a hot tub in it or something like that. We had talked before on first reading that the board could decide whether to continue to waive tap fees or what water rights it might require for larger, more utilities intensive ADUs. And I got to thinking, the way that those code provisions are written, do we really have that authority? I don't think it says it in the utility provisions per se, but if you get to the conditional use process, at the very end of that, it says that the Board of Trustees may, quote, approve with conditions, unquote, a conditional use. And so as long as those conditions could be read to include, okay, if you're going to do a large ADU with lots of electric and water and sewer use and so forth, then you have to pay a tap fee or put up a water ride or something like that, then I think I'm okay with this. I don't think we need to address this in this ordinance or even in the utilities provision. Is that a correct reading of the conditional use process, that the board has the authority to impose utilities conditions as part of the conditional use approval?
Yeah, I would say that, under 4B of the ordinance that we potentially use for large 800 square foot ADUs, utility, considerations are a very common part of any conditional use process. And so I don't think that would be appropriate here as well.
Okay. That's the way I read it. Thank you. I just wanted to be sure.
Yep.
Any other questions for staff? Trustee Hamworth, I'm looking at you because I'm not.
No. Yeah.
Okay, if there are no other questions for staff, then I will open the public hearing on ordinance 1250. Is there anybody who'd like to speak about this ordinance? Doesn't look like it, so I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
Second reading, ordinance 1215, ordinance the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending chapter 16, article 3, and Orange Municipal Code concerning the maximum size of accessory.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion.
I think the changes that were made that what the board discussed doing, I think they're rightly drastic and
Same here, and I appreciate cleaning this up. I think it's a good thing that we're doing this. And hopefully will result in more ADUs being built.
Right. To that note, I would like to add that I'm really glad that we have exempted the basement ADUs. So as to encourage more versions of basements into ADUs.
All right, with that, I'll call for a vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Our second reading of the night with public hearing is ordinance 1216, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending chapter 4, article 5 of the Lyons Municipal Code to add a new section 4590 concerning use tax rebates. Attorney Dittman.
Thank you so much. So, this was an ordinance created in response to realization that there was no direct mechanism in the code to do a use tax rebate. Instead, what we've done in the past is waive other fees in an amount equal to the use tax. And this just creates a more direct way to do that. A direct way where we just, waive use tax through an agreement and not go through the process of looking for other fees to offset use tax. This came from a combination of various codes that I looked at. Greenwood Village is one that is coming to mind as, probably the most influence on this. But I think this will accomplish what the board asked us to do, which was to create a more direct mechanism to allow use tax waivers and rebates.
Any questions for Attorney Dittman? No questions, then I will open the public hearing. Anybody like to speak on the use tax second reading tonight? Okay, I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
On approval on second reading on ordinance 1216, and ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending chapter 4, article 5 of the Lyons Municipal Code to add a section 4-5-90 concerning use tax.
Is there a second?
A second.
Any further discussion? Go.
Well, I just want to say I really appreciate the list of criteria for eligibility. I like that all of the examples that are given here, especially since we've had a recent example that is listed here. And so I just feel like I can support all of these, all these different criteria for eligibility. So thank you for thinking those through and listing those. It makes it really tangible.
Great. Thank you. Trustee Browning.
I have an amendment on this one too. I would propose to amend section 4-5-90D3 of the ordinance to read enhanced opportunity for future sales, lodging and or use tax generation. Want to add, that's my amendment. I'll explain in a minute.
Okay, can you please repeat it?
Yes, it would be 4-5-90D3, and it would read with my amendment, enhanced opportunity for future sales, lodging and or use tax generation.
Yeah. And I had at least in my records that we did that at the last meeting, but maybe I just put it down and we didn't actually vote on it.
You did, but it's not in here.
Okay. Yeah, but it's no harm doing it again. But in my copy, I already have that. So
It's not in the packet copy, so I wanted to make sure.
yeah,
Well,
no
to
worries.
make it official, I'll second it, and, I don't think you have to explain it.
Yeah.
And
Talked about it last time.
we talked about it last time, so I'll call for the vote on the amendment.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you for that. Eagle eye. All right, any further discussions?
I agree that the eligibility requirements, and I think of them as requirements, not just opportunities, that are a useful addition to the discussion. I would often, I think, if I were in a decision-making capacity on these use debates, use tax waiver debates, be skeptical of them. So I think of this as a tool that's important for future boards and decision makers to have, but that we shouldn't assume that it will be used in a great many cases. I think it should be used with a great deal of caution and skepticism and in only very surgical cases.
I agree with that as well. We're not issuing a blanket invitation for use tax waivers here. And the criteria that we just talked about, to me, is probably the most important, which is if you waive a certain amount of use tax to get a project done, and it produces a greater amount of sales, lodging, and maybe some part of the use tax, it's a net gain to the town. Whereas if it's a property that's just coming in and it's not going to even have a retail component to it, it would be difficult in my mind to justify waiving the use tax because you'd be costing the town money instead of gaining the town money. It just gives you an opportunity to do things that make economic sense for the town, but it doesn't guarantee that is a right by any means.
So I really appreciate what Trustee Williams and Trustee Brown both shared, but I also would feel really strongly if I could take my highlighter and just highlight shall demonstrate substantial public benefits. So for me, those words are very important, and I think that's what needs to be remembered when deciding on whether to offer a use tax rebate. I think is really is it demonstrating substantial public benefits, and I can hear that with the sales tax, coming in.
No comments? I'll just say that I appreciate the work on this, and I think it's great. I am especially appreciative of D7 bearing public utility lines, because that intersects with wildfire and mitigation. And I'm glad to see that. Okay, so with that, I get called.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, our last public hearing tonight is on resolution 2026-17, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, adopting the Colorado Wildfire Protection Plan, the CWP.
Your trustees, so with the CWPP, again, we had a core team of stakeholders, including the Lyons Fire Protection District, the town, the State Forest Service, the U.S. Forest Service, Boulder County, Larimer County, the Watershed Center, and worked over between 1 and 2 years to update the 2011 CWPP, to develop the 2026 CWPP that was presented. You had reviewed the draft CWPP at the March 2nd board meeting. The draft was updated based on comments, including some of the removal of the easement, mentioning of trying to get an easement on the private properties, rewording the one way of upper fifth, rewording the retroactive requirements, as I mentioned earlier, with some concerns from the counties, updating the Lyons mitigation projects section. And with that, the final version was put together and presented to you for approval for us to adopt and sign as one of the core team organizations.
Thank you. Any questions for staff?
Just one, probably not the time for corrections, but in the document on page 82, under water supply, it says the entire town of Lyons is serviced by fire hydrants. I don't think that's after. The majority of the town is served.
Except for your street.
There may be others, it's not one street.
His street isn't even a street, it's a road.
It's a driveway. Yeah.
Wait, was there something that, no, it is a
Page
public
82.
road, I know, but I was just, I remember some talk on.
But it's actually a private road.
It's a
Yeah,
private road.
So it's a driveway.
It's a driveway.
So maybe,
There's one at the
I can see
bottom
that.
of your, at the entry to your driveway. But it isn't really served. They would not pull a hose to the top. We would have to bring it. We could,
I can see that, right. they
See if we
haven't
can
sent out
change
the
that slightly.
signatures.
Any other questions for staff? If not, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody would like to provide testimony on resolution 2026-17? Doesn't look like it, so I will close the public hearing and entertain.
We would approve the resolution 2026-17, a resolution of the town of Lawrence, Colorado, adopted the 2026 Lion Fire Protection District Community Law.
Thank you. I'm glad it wasn't the only one.
Is there a second? A second.
Any additional discussion? Okay, I'll call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you for your work on this, Director.
Welcome.
This was a long time coming.
I had to get it to you all before one meeting to go.
So just under the wire. Okay, it is about 8:45. I'd like to take a 10-minute break. Where we move on to the consent agenda.
We're live.
Thank you, everybody. Let's move on to the consent agenda. Clerk Vasquez, will you please read consent into the record?
Yes, item 1 is resolution 2026-18, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a cooperative agreement with Lyons Fire Protection District for wildfire resiliency code administration and enforcement. Item 2 is resolution 2026-19, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, awarding and approving a professional services agreement with Native Edge Landscapes for the 2026 seasonal landscape installation and maintenance. Item 3 is resolution 2026-20, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting a revised stream bypass flow study by Grouse Mountain Environmental Consultants LLC. Item 4 are the March 16th, 2026 regular Board of Trustees meeting minutes, and item 5 are the April accounts payable.
Is there a motion to approve consent? Is there a second? Second. Anything anyone would like to remove from consent tonight? Vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
On to boards and commissions, business recovery fund revolving loan fund updating request.
No, just move your bay.
Not gonna be such a.
Hi, everything's in the packet, this 2-page document, but wanted to just, get some board direction. I think after the candidate forms, which I believe everybody may have come to, just in terms of clearing up what the town has done to help support our business community, we have, and so I showed it down here. Got the variable message sign, maybe not, that's not super business, but that's certainly super community. But for the businesses, the wayfinding, the noise consultant and the Main Street furniture. And just so you all know, too, we also got a $12,000 grant from Boulder County for that Main Street furniture. So that was actually $19,000. So the request tonight is, the Business Recovery Fund and the USDA, the federal funds, both loan funds together have about $90,000 in them right now. The EDC at the board direction last year, oh, and sorry, we're bringing this to you because you're the board that has this history, so. Last year you asked the EDC what was their thoughts, so they gave those, and then the BOT approved the items that I just mentioned. So right now, there's about 90,000 total. If we keep the 24,000 that was recommended by EDC and supported by the board back here in June of 2025, there's right now about a $6,000 extra in the business recovery fund. So we're coming to the board to say, here's some ideas that would support the business community. If you agree, and would you allow Director Eystone to transfer the remaining money to keep the 24,000 in the business recovery fund? The USDA fund we're not even touching. And I'm happy to take questions.
Questions? Okay. I have a question.
Sure.
Considering the potential economic downturn that we're seeing, has there been an increase in folks applying for loans this winter?
You saw, we put it in the report, didn't we?
Yeah, I wouldn't
There's
say an increase. You know, we've recently put out 2 new loans. And I believe there's 5 total being repaid back.
But they are repeat users of the fund.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't think we've seen an increase. It's more that some people just need additional help in the winter months and.
We have new loans too.
A new one.
Honestly, the biggest use was right after the flood and then the COVID pandemic. I think the COVID pandemic scared everybody.
Yeah.
And certainly we can, that's why we're here too, is we can keep it the way it is and keep the almost 30,000 that's in the BRF there.
So you're asking for direction on how to use that 6K?
If we can.
If we can,
Yeah, no, I definitely think you can. Based on the conversation we've had about the Sundance Film Festival. That's where you can go, either create a website, guide people to Lions or something,
Yeah.
collaborate with
Yeah.
the oversight and. There's a handful of money that's gonna be floating around for about 20 days, so we'd like to get some of that.
Sure. And, but it is allowing kind of some flexibility in how we spend that, seeing what we have coming up. But again, you guys have you're the ones who said 24,000, so we didn't know if that was a one-time. Or do we have some flexibility here that as we see repayments increase to spend down to the 120?
I don't remember the 24K, what was the reasoning behind that?
That's what the EDC recommended.
Okay.
If they retain that much as potential.
You use if needed.
It sounded like they phrased it as a third or about 24 before we knew that the numerator was 90.
Right.
it was a third of the VRF fund they wanted to keep in reserves. So that's how at the time, I believe it was about 72,000.
Can I just see if I understand how these numbers work?
You bet.
So we have a total of 90. We've loaned out 60.
Hold on, let me think about this. It's always revolving.
Okay.
So there's
We
money.
currently have 60 that is outstanding in loans.
No, not that much. We currently have 90,000 in the bank, just sitting, available to loan out. Currently, I'm gonna say we have about, 58 to 60 when I'm thinking about the loans that we have out.
But we still have, in addition to that, we still have 90 available,
Correct.
of which something like 60 we would naturally make available for loans. That leaves us with 30. And out of that 30, 24 we think is probably the floor that we'd like to keep in reserve. And maybe we could spend 60 ourselves instead of loaning it out to others who would do things that we would support.
What we're really asking for is just the 6,000,
Right now.
that difference between the rainy day fund and the extra that has since been paid back and we didn't spend last year.
So 6 we might spend ourselves on initiatives.
Yes.
We still have something like 60 that we might encourage others to spend by loaning to them.
84 we would have.
And we would have the 24 that we know that we could spend if we started to get aggressive about our lending
Yes. and
or
then
our spending.
The 60 would also get repaid, so you'd actually have another 60. It doesn't get repaid all at once, but it is coming in, I think. 1,500 a month currently comes in and it'll be 2,200 in a month.
Okay, thoughts? Who's good with allocating the additional $6,000?
Yes, I'm in favor.
At least.
Yeah, if you go a little bit over, it's.
I would also encourage the marketing of this program to get people to borrow that 60 at a time when we think it could be especially effective.
Yeah, we try. Yeah.
And I took the note down on Sunday, so thank you.
Is there any direction about what in particular the $6,000 should be spent on?
Yeah, I agree. There's EDC's meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, so. I think there's a direction from them, but I think that. It's a continual focus of them on off-season. Those periods, so that makes sense, and they may have some specific suggestions, but.
I think
they'd be fine with this.
Spending on Sundance is kind of vague.
Correct.
So I
I
think,
understand. So on initiatives that would assist the business community in general to utilize this opportunity.
And the off-season.
And off-season, which is off-season as well. Yeah. So.
Thank you so much.
oh, you're so welcome. Thank you. Okay, on to general business discussion direction on the wildfire mitigation education and incentives from the workshops. Anyone like to kick us off?
I'll be glad.
Okay.
This will obviously be a matter for the next board in terms of what to do about any kind of like retroactive requirements or incentives or both. And I may or may not be on the next board. If I am on it, I will continue to push for limited and inexpensive as possible for both homeowners and staff enforcement. Both of those things are important to consider in what you do. Retroactive measures. It does not bother me in the least that the town of Lyons might be the first in the state of Colorado to enact some of those limited steps. In fact, to the contrary, I would be proud to do that. I think we should take the lead in that. I know Boulder and Baylor are considering it, but if Lyons goes first, I think we, to a large extent, did that in ADUs before the state and others followed our lead, and I would push for that here. Extremely important. What somebody said in the workshop is probably correct. It may take yet another fire scare, even though we've had, what, 30 in the last 6 years. To push people over the line and we got to really do something. This is what we need to do. Just enacting the state wildfire resiliency code for existing properties will only slowly get us partially there. Just enacting carrots won't get us there. The Vail experience proves that with generous incentives for a population that can fairly easily afford retroactive measures. For a number of years, they've gotten to less than 20% mitigated properties. What we did last year in cooperating with Boulder Wildfire Partners was great. Glad to see the number of properties and homeowners participate in that did, but that'll never get us where we need to be in terms of community protection. So I hope the next board will push forward with this initiative with obviously a lot of public input and hearings and things. But I think that's what we need to go and I'll quote Laverne Johnson, lead follow or get out of the way. And I think we ought to lead.
I would ask, would you be in favor of starting some community outreach now?
I think to some extent we already have, but yeah, continue. I would say continue community outreach. So
Other thoughts? Jen?
It's come up in each of the forums, and I actually first. But I do think the makes sense. I'd rather somebody else figure out the mistakes before us. If it had to be, that's okay. I think it's inevitable, and it has to be done. We just have to figure out how to make it affordable, particularly for folks in we have the highest percentage of households under the poverty level in the county, from the beginning of municipality in the county, and we always have to be done. Yeah, in the meantime, between now and then, there's just as much info out there, but that 20% number in Vail, that's pretty bad when they're working that thing. Maybe not even 50% yet. It's like, what's going to do this to enforce the issue?
Mr. Williams?
I think I've been outspoken on my preference for doing something rather than nothing. I don't think it has to be things that will impoverish people. I don't think it has to be things that have been so difficult to do in Vail, like protect 5 feet all around your house in every possible way. I think we can find some very simple things for people to do that are also simple for us to help them do, and that are simple for us to track whether they are doing successfully or not. And I understand the motivation for waiting until we've lived with the new code for a while before we layer something on top of it. I wouldn't wait too long.
Mr. Lowell?
Yeah, I was just to figure out a way to get the horse to drink once we read it to water. I can't tell you how frustrating it is for me to be an HOA president and keep touting fire mitigation for 4 years. And only 15 out of 114 houses took advantage of it. We just have to figure out a way to do this. Education is fine. A gentle prod, maybe. I like the idea that we could, I'd like to get the Lions volunteers involved in it before an event. Your point is well taken. That's when people really start to pay attention. I thought they stopped paying attention after the Stone Canyon fire, but it didn't work out that way. So we have our work ahead of us, and a part of that's going to involve engaging the public in hearings and seminars and what have you, to get their take on it too. We had a fire mitigation meeting and to get a neighborhood fire report from Wildfire Partners, and everybody that showed up on it were the people who had the mitigation done. It was like preaching to the choir. None of the people who didn't have anything done, they didn't show up.
Well, and let's recall when the county commissioners had their town hall regarding wildfire, we had a packed house.
But how much is outside?
Trustee Gatton?
You know, as an educator, I fully believe in expanded education and incentives, and I really like the idea of working with local landscape companies. I see a lot of local landscape companies around town, and how awesome would it be to start by educating them so that they can speak directly to their clients and talk about our rebate system, and also encouraging them to reach out to Wildfire Partners. I was very pleased to see that they will have a booth at the Earth Day on April 25th. So that's really cool. I think that is really great outreach. I hope a lot of people, because there's a lot happening that day, I'm hoping that a lot of our residents will show up for Earth Day. I think it's between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. at Bone Park. And there will be many booths there, including Wildfire Partners. And I really hope that that's an opportunity for people to just sign up for them to come out and visit for an evaluation. So yeah, I would encourage us to communicate that day's events widely. And I would really encourage Wildfire Partners to have like a scheduling tool right there. So that residents can just sign up right there. That's first.
Trustee Hammer?
I agree with pretty much what everybody said. I think we need to start simple, small. I think at some point we need to look at retroactive things. I also think you just drive around town, there's lots of code violations already. So I think by putting pressure there, as well as education, I mean, I mentioned insurance earlier. I think people see that in the pocketbook. So if there's a way we can slow that down. Anyway, so I think all these together, I think it is important to start small and slow and educate, but there's also some things right in front of us that need to be addressed right now. So, and all that said, if we have a fire like East Troublesome, that was the wind that blew over the town of Oldebach, it doesn't matter what we do.
That's true, but just because you can't do everything doesn't mean.
No, we should be trying it, but at the same time, where I'm going with that is really, what's our plan? I read in the CWPP, there's a small section on evacuation plans, a single choke points and blah, blah, blah. I really think we should focus on those as well, because it's not if, it's just when.
I agree with you 100% on evacuation planning. I think that.
And have drills of practice.
Yeah, 100%. Hoping for that for years. I think evacuation drills would do two things: get people ready to have to evacuate, and it would put the fear of God into them so that they would actually do the fire mitigation. I think it might have that effect as well.
I think part of that is you never know what direction or the behavior of the fire. And sometimes when you go through a drill, people are gonna do what we did in the drill, and it may be the exact opposite of what they need to do in that circumstance. And so it's you don't want to say to someone, you're gonna drive south and then east, and then it's coming from the south and the east, and they're like, we see how much we try to educate, but people still aren't understanding or following it, right? And so it is I think that's part of the hesitancy is every fire is so different. If it's blowing hill to hill versus coming down, two different evacuation routes.
Okay, point taken. That having been said, I am in favor of simple, inexpensive, retroactive measures. Particularly if they can be supported with people's hands to help do it. You know, I think about my older neighbors who are in desperate need of mitigation, but are simply not physically able to undertake it. Is it the desire of this board to direct staff to come up with a communications plan to gain resident feedback? I mean, we've heard over and over again that this is people's first priority. So let's, my view would be, let's see what they mean by that. And see, you know, are they willing to spend some money and some resources to take some steps, and what might those steps be? Or should this wait for the next board to make that direction?
No, you make a good point, and actually, it's one that my wife made. He said, why isn't Lyons Fire Protection District, why aren't they coming out weekly with reminders? You know, it'd be much more effective to come from them than it would be from us. So maybe talking to somebody there. And see, and it's, I don't know what their communication apparatus is there, there's like somebody who does that on.
So there's a public information officer whose job it is generally to be reactive in media requests around specific incidents. But we also have the capability of pushing out social media and through other platforms. The chief regularly writes columns for papers. It wouldn't be weekly, but it would be monthly. There certainly are opportunities to do that. I can tell you that their reluctance, very much like this body's reluctance, is that they don't want to get out ahead of what the community wants. So the idea that fire would start to force people to do things instead of coming to their rescue is always a difficult dichotomy. The fire team wants to be the ones that respond when you've got a problem, not the ones who make you do something. Okay, and the chief and the entire team try to walk that fine line. I'm not saying that they're not interested in being a part of this conversation. It's hard for them to lead it.
I keep thinking there could be interesting ways to get the point across without necessarily sounding draconian about stuff.
Yep.
Vignettes, you know, like.
Well, let's, I'd like to focus on the direction that we should give staff.
Anything between now and the new board?
It's hard to communicate a message that retroactive requirements may be considered by the new board when the new board's not here yet. That's, we don't have that much time. And that's the real question. I think the communication is out there between insurance companies, between Boulder Wildfire Partners, between our incentives we put in every last year. I think the message is generally out there that you should do this. But you can't communicate a message that you're going to have to do this within a year, 3 years, whatever period gets picked, until it's kind of a chicken and egg problem, until a board says, we're going to go forward with retroactive measures. The fire district doesn't really have much to communicate except what is already being communicated by Boulder County and us. You should do this.
But is there anything this board wants staff to do, maybe not retroactive, but otherwise between now and the time a new board is seated, educated, and, you know, gives direction? Do you want us to identify 5 simple measures is there anything else you want to do in the meantime?
Well, I think what might be helpful to the new board is if staff identifies 5 simple measures and their associated costs. And then I think the new board would be better equipped to make up the question.
And resources?
Yeah.
I'll probably think of like 7 or 8.
That's okay.
And they can choose that.
Yeah.
Could I suggest one of those that something the task force has talked about? What would be the cost First of all, a private contractor and taking out an average size, if there's such a thing, juniper tree, not digging out the roots, cutting it down, hauling it away. How much would that cost basically per tree? Those people would know how many juniper trees they have within close to their house. My next door neighbor, thank goodness, just had Brian Bear take out 3 of them. Thank you very much. And if we have that cost and can do some type of an estimate townwide of how many of those are we talking about, then we could start, the next board could start talking about how to split those costs. Or whether the town could potentially pay for all those costs, I don't know. But I think cost per juniper to remove, I think is a big thing, because that's such an obvious thing that nobody really argued about. Everybody, you can get off YouTube pictures of juniper trees, flaming along torches. That's such an obvious thing. If you got a juniper that has even a limb within 5 feet of your house, it needs to come down, and we think it will cost you X amount, and the town will either cover that or cover half of it, or whatever we decide we can do. I think that particularly, I would suggest that then we've got good local tree companies that do that all the time.
We can get and then we can ballpark.
Yeah, and I think having that, the new board having that information will give them kind of a step up to tackle the issue.
One of the things that always on the easy list was on ours is 1/8 inch mesh screening, which I did in my house. I couldn't find it at Home Depot. They only had 1/4 inch. I ordered a roll for like $17 off Amazon because that's where I could find it. And I've got like 90% of that roll left. That's one thing the town could do at very limited cost, and provide 1/8 inch mesh screening free to residents. It wouldn't cost as much at all to have to supply and keep it out of Public Works or something like that. So look at that as well.
Some of those things are very easy to price. The address signs, I think yours is green, mine's red. They cost $9 a piece.
Numbers?
Yeah.
The only hard part was hammering and thinking of the rocks.
If I can bring this back to the Earth Day that's happening on April 25th, if all of this is ready to go for the next board, I don't know if it would be April 20th when they sit, but that could be something that could be communicated public in an outreach, day on the 25th. Just saying, that would be like the first community outreach.
That seems like a pretty short timeline to get all this figured out, right?
It would just be like the first opportunity, right, city community coming together, when we're talking with wildfire partners, and I think the fire protection district is there. I mean, I just see like.
Sure. There's also all the sandstone concerts in the summertime.
Yeah, I think that's great.
Yeah.
Maybe with fire department standing by one of the sandstone concerts somewhere out away from the other trees, we could light a juniper tree and have them. Oh, I'm serious. No. I'm serious.
We'll do it once though.
Don't give people ideas.
Doesn't have to be a big one.
Don't give people ideas. Okay, do you have what you need? Okay, great. So then let's move on to update and request for WPCRF pre-loan expenses for Second and Third Avenue stormwater.
That's Aaron and Tracy and Justin, I think, are online gift sessions.
A lot of it, again, was asked, a portion of it, I should say then. The brick grant was mentioned on there, but Administrator Simonson already mentioned the portion on the brick grant for Second and Third Avenue. And it was mentioned to go ahead and move forward with that. The other portion on there was the procuring the environmental consulting services required for the loan application. Originally, we thought we were gonna do a portion of the design. We would get 30% design and then be applying for the loan, going through the loan process. They recommend having more like 90% of the design done, and they do require the environmental application be submitted ahead of time for that. And so town staff do not have the qualifications to do the environmental assessments in-house. So we looked to go out to an RFP and it looked to be around $30,000. CDPHE has indicated that these costs are eligible for reimbursement if the loan is approved. The concern would be if the loan wasn't approved, we would have spent the $30,000. That would come from the stormwater utility fund.
But you're gonna need it before the budget.
Or we'd be spending it, but could then apply to get it reimbursed
Mhm.
if we get the loan. If we didn't get the loan, then we couldn't.
Would this study be something that we would need regardless
Yeah.
to do the project?
Yes.
So, okay.
So through this application process, what we found out is they want a much, we thought 30% design, they want 90. So it's very different, and they want environmental clearance and this other design that our engineer can't do. So we're just asking the board, do you want us to, are you willing to say that we can spend the money to go out and find these two people to do these projects so we can move forward with our application? Or do you want us to stop at this point?
Greg?
I'm okay with spending the 30,000 because we need the work. But I wanna know what I'm spending it for. So I don't understand, what are environmental clearances, including cultural and environmental assessments are required? I mean, what's an environmental clearance?
Tracy's up here.
Tracy?
Yeah, so any federal funded project, you have to go through what they call a NEPA process, which is going to look at historic, habitat, pollution, noise pollution, all that stuff. You're going to get a clearance for any potential environmental impacts your project could have. This particular project, we're anticipating that we could apply what they call CADX, categorical exclusion, because it's already a disturbed area. We're going to have minimal impacts to the environment because you already have roads inside ditches and stuff running through those locations and sidewalks, but you're still required to fill out this CADX form. And so by hiring a consultant, they can take care of, getting with SHPO for the historic side of things, working with U.S. Fish and Wildlife to show that we're not going to have any impacts to any ecological or species with this project. But it is required with the application that we have that and the 90% design. So that's basically.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
The environmental clearances also include the final destination of the stormwater, like where it dumps into the river and whether it's.
I don't know. I think it's just the project.
No, but
Do
it
you
does.
know, Tracy? Is it
Yeah,
just
I
the
think it's.
project Construction limit?
Yeah, it's just the limits of the construction, but it may, I can't say for sure. It may look at, what happens at the end where it's all going, because it also could impact your floodplain. So you also have to think about that by directing all that stormwater in that direction. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Have you all looked at environmental clearance reports for similar projects to this?
We always have to do. Yeah, we've had to do them for every federal project. We've had a couple CADX, this categorical exclusion. And that will save some money and time if we can get them.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's like, yeah, you
It's
can't
not-
we won't be able to use past environmental reports for this project because we don't have any for that same area, but also after so many years, they're not. You
No, I
can't really
understand.
use. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that was, yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, we're familiar with.
This isn't just a federal project, CDPHE is gonna require for the loan too, right?
Well, it's part of what's their requirement to receive federal funds that, yeah.
What's the total loan amount?
Total loan amount,
Was
Uh,
right
about
now. Yeah, go ahead.
about 3 million.
But again, we are looking at the brick grant that was mentioned. And if we happen to get that, then we would only need 25% match. So we could go for the loan to cover the match portion that we didn't get covered from the grant.
if DOLA doesn't cover that.
Yeah. There's lots of moving parts in
Yeah.
this for sure.
Just like all this.
But I think that the thing to remember is that we will need this report regardless of how this hopefully gets financed.
If we use any type of federal funds.
Well, I'm just curious how time sensitive this is, if it can wait for the next board or not.
Well, we thought we would explain it to you because you guys understand the project and wanted us to move forward.
Yeah. Okay.
Um, versus them trying to catch up on the project and the.
Yeah.
Figuring out where.
Running over
Thoughts?
It's a no-brainer. If we're gonna go forward with this project, you gotta do this, so it's pretty easy as far as I'm concerned.
Yes.
That's your rooms.
If 30 is the right number, the only thing I don't know is whether it's necessary to spend 30 for that consultant. If it is, let's do it.
Okay. Would you say, you want us to say up to, and then if it's more, bring it back?
No, I want you to manage it, but if
Okay,
you can manage it down, great. If you can't, so be it.
thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Moving on to trustee reports, trustee Hammond.
Thank you, Trace.
Nothing to report. SFC is meeting this Thursday. And I suspect most of the conversation will be virtually.
Okay. Yeah, so the Student Advisory Commission has met a few times. Actually, they've been working on a presentation around dedicated space for public art to draw away from the graffiti that was taking place under the bridge. And they thought they might present to us before the end of our term, but in fact have decided to spend a little bit more time on the presentation. We'll present it to the meeting. So that's will be for the next board to decide. The Arts and Humanities Commission discussed a few things in my absence over spring break. First off, we've received our new flag, which is pretty cool. I think we have a few of these, right?
I think they did
I guess you should like that. There we go. This is how it should be. So this is pretty cool. It's a fun way to end our term anyways. There also spoke about a call to artists for the mural on the St. Vrain Extension Trail. And that it should include something to do with our quarry history or the rivers, or festivals, or something like that. So I think the call to artists is going up soon. We have received a legacy gift. I don't know if anybody remembers the sculpture of the jawbone in front of the pinball arcade.
Oh, yeah.
So that will be a legacy item that stays with the town of Lyons.
The board will have to accept it.
Oh, we'll have to, the next board will have to accept it.
If it's not ready for the 20th.
Okay, okay.
If a legacy is accepted, you don't.
It needs to be accepted, yeah, okay. And then I don't know if anybody noticed the new public art sculpture outside the courtyard. A blue butterfly swarm. So I think it will be glowing maybe.
It should be when we do.
So look for the blue sphere. And then June 6th, when the pollinator event takes place, the bee pollinator event, I think the Arts and Humanities Commission is going to be hosting like a chalk art work there. So that's all from the Arts and Humanities Commission. I also attended the Know Your Rights training with Michael Dougherty. Thank you so much for organizing that. I think the public was very reassured here that we do have protections in Boulder County and we do have protections in the state of Colorado. And finally, just today, I went to Longmont to meet with the acting manager for Lyons Valley Townhomes. Her name is Cindy Vinostroza, and she's actually from Aurora. She's the regional manager there, and she is making the drive back and forth every day to manage the Longmont property and the Lyons property. So that's about 180 units total. So needless to say, she will be looking for, she hasn't advertised yet, but she will be looking for a Lyons specific full-time person who does maintenance and coordination of inspections, etc. So that has not been advertised. I think she's really trying to carry on business in the interim since the departure of the last local coordinator, but she will be advertising soon, and hopefully we will have somebody who is dedicated full-time to the Lyons Valley Townhomes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Would be
If you haven't done it already, I'd suggest swinging by the Longmont location. It looks and feels very different from the Lyons location.
Yeah.
So if someone is trying to manage both of them,
yeah,
hold their feet to the fire and make it look in some ways like Longmont.
They have,
Yeah.
that was
agreed.
I have meetings next Monday, Parks and Rec, and then the third Tuesday for the College Board. And I want to bring up a subject here. I think I may be touching the third rail on this one. So I had a observation from a resident who came to me. And he noticed, and I did too, when he pointed out that there has been a cross directed on the sign lot, the L sign lot at the very top. I don't know. I guess I kind of know the nuts and bolts of putting religious symbols on public property, but I also know we have a fairly diverse population here in town. And I'm just looking to get some consensus or direction from staff or board about this. And whether we should send Dave Cosgrove's crew up there to take it down. I mean, it's been there for 2 weeks. So. Thoughts?
It's town property and I don't think anybody's allowed to erect anything in any town property, no matter what. I mean, we can't put stickers on
Right.
signs. I would think that if they didn't get permission to erect something.
I just heard about it this weekend and saw it, and I was going to have Dave figure out if it's on our property or
No,
above.
It's on my property. It's
Because-
inside the fence line, you know what?
Oh, it is inside the line. I thought I needed to go up
Let's,
there, 'cause it looked like it was behind the rock.
Maybe we should ask Amanda.
We will look though.
We can, sure, get a legal opinion on it.
Yeah,
I
I-
wanted to first of all clarify the property line.
without a license, it should be taken down. And if in the future, any sort of religious objects, I mean, if you allow one, you have to allow them all, which opens up a kind of a Pandora's box of potential problems. And there's a lengthy legal history about that. And so my recommendation for at least for now would be to take down the one that was put up as it wasn't licensed.
As long as it is on town property.
Correct. Yeah.
It's rather sizable. It's more than 6 feet, I think.
It's big.
Ballpark, and so have Dave's kids put on their hiking boots and walk together, yeah. Okay.
I wonder if one way to think about it is that it's very well intentioned and perhaps respectful graffiti. And there were other graffiti that we appreciated in some ways, but that was not appropriate to its platform. We would remove it.
Good analogy.
Anything else?
No, I think so.
Thank you for bringing that. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, the separation of church and state is a precious thing. That should continue right down to the lowest level.
Oh, I see on the map now. It does look like it's well within our property.
So yes, that is weird. Yeah, HBC's got Wednesday night with Representative Mystery Colorado at 6 o'clock to legend.
Thank you for setting that up. Others were on the break.
UEB met on April 1st and talked about water a lot, as Director Kaplan mentioned earlier. The Northern Colorado Northern Water is coming out with the allocations for the CPT shares soon, later this week. Something coming to a future board near you is the UEB has been discussing the need to do some rewriting of the Lyons Municipal Code with respect to watering restrictions during times of drought. Right now, the code reads that a BOT resolution is required for emergency restrictions. And I know the prevailing thought on the UEB is for true emergencies like a broken main water line or a big leak in a tank or something like that, you don't want to have to wait 24 hours and call a BOT meeting and do a resolution. But for summer watering restrictions on what days you can water and so forth, you may want the BOT to be able to do that sort of thing. And we've looked at Longmont's code, which is frankly better written than the Lyons code, and so that will be on its way to the next board to try to improve that.
Thank you. Mr. Williams?
PCDC did not meet in its most recent cycle, so nothing to report there. I do have one edit to a comment that I made earlier. Administrator Simonson, I said that I would want you to manage the consulting contract down if at all possible. That's poorly phrased and harsher than I meant it. What I meant to say was that I would trust you to do it.
Thank you. No, thanks.
Okay, so I attended my final CML executive board meeting, which is very bittersweet. online, Metro Mayor's Caucus, same thing, we went on Wednesday morning. Got some great information about an organization called Age Well Colorado. Which I sent on to our venerable HHSC chair. And lots of information about helping seniors in Colorado, so that was great. Consortium of Cities meets this Wednesday evening, so I will be attending that. Likely online because it's in Lafayette this time, I believe. And then finally, and HHSC will be meeting on Monday. Okay. And then finally, Dr. Cog is meeting on Wednesday the 13th. This will be my final meeting as a Dr. Cog board director. I would like to cordially invite whoever is going to be the next to join me in going down to Dr. Cog. I will drive. I will make sure you get dinner, which at Dr. Cog's it's usually very good. But I think it's important to start to become familiar with that organization. So that is all I have to report. Can we please have a summary of action items?
Yes, from the workshop, maybe a potential Sundance task force with the EVC. And the board asked that when the Northern Colorado Water Conservancy District quota is released, please share that with the board. Next, I have board consensus is to resubmit the letter of interest for the BRIC and the US DOT grants. Next, I have contact Sean Cronin with the Left Hand Water Conservancy District for status of the $27,500 grant. Next, I have check on the timing of goats not to disrupt nesting. I'm not sure what I meant. Okay. I was writing so fast. I'm like, what am I writing? Okay. Okay. Go to EAB. Okay, next I have, please send the February sales tax data to the board when received. Next, inform CML that no position at this time on the flock bill. Next, ordinance 1214 passed on second reading with amendments. Next, ordinance 1215 passed on second reading. Then ordinance 1216 also passed on second reading with amendments. And then after a public hearing, resolution 2026-17 also passed. Next, I have the board consensus is to use the business revolving fund for $6,000 for potential Sundance promotion of local businesses, especially during the off season. Next, I have staff is to identify 5 simple wildfire mitigation measures, get the associated costs and resources for the future board to consider. Next, I have board consensus is to move forward with $30,000 for consultants for the stormwater project. And then I have public works is to remove a cross on the L Hill.
Administrators, same thing. Thank you. Attorney Devon.
I didn't have anything else. I just want to let you know I did send in the amended ordinance on the
Ordinances?
the use
Okay,
tax.
thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay, we are about to entertain a motion to go into executive session. If that motion passes, then we would ask our guests to please leave so that we can have our executive session. Thank you very much.
I would just like to share that Michigan won.
Oh. Thank you, Kay. Thank you for the cookies, Kay. Thanks. Welcome. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
I move to go into executive session pursuant to CRS sections 24-6-424B and 24-6-424E. Purpose of determining positions relevant to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators. And for legal advice, attorneys represent the town regarding a property dispute concerning 0 Stickney Street in.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Vote.
And that motion passes unanimously. Brandon, I'll send over the new Zoom link.
All right, sounds good. See you there.